Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, carefully adapted into sleep-friendly narration. Sophisticated storytelling meets documentary truth, so the core stays intact and the atmosphere lingers. Quick note, please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. There are no more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes. After that, uninterrupted listening. Curated accounts, elevated with literary craft for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I was rinsing dirt from my hands at the outdoor spigot when I noticed his porch light was already on. A soft yellow square against the long stretch of pasture, earlier than he ever turned it on, and the chair where he usually sat, always at the same angle facing the gravel road, was empty. The wind had picked up just enough to move the dry grass in low waves, and I remember thinking the place looked staged, like someone had said it and then stepped away. My name is Paul Renshaw, and I live on the property just east of Harold Klein's. We'd been neighbors for 8 years, and in that time I never saw him miss his routine. Early evening meant porch, slippers, a thin blanket even in summer, and a radio tuned low enough that you couldn't make out the words, just a murmur. He had a bad hip and a spine that kept him bent forward, so every step he took was deliberate. You noticed it because he had to think about walking in a way most people don't. That evening, the sky was clear in that washed out way it gets before dusk settles fully. No storms, no noise except the distant hum of a tractor miles off. I shut the water, dried my hands on my jeans, and looked again at the porch. The blanket was folded over the armrest, not draped like he left it when he was sitting. The radio wasn't on. I walked over, mostly out of habit, the way you check on a neighbor when something small is off. The boards creaked under me, the same pattern they always did, and his front door was closed but not latched tight. I knocked once, then pushed it open a few inches, and called his name, not loud, just enough to carry inside. No answer. The air inside his house had that still quality, like it had been closed up all day. His cane leaned against the wall by the door. That was the first thing that made me stop. He didn't go anywhere without it, not even to the mailbox at the end of the drive. I didn't step fully inside. It felt like crossing a line. Instead, I backed off the porch and walked around the side of the house, checking the yard, the small shed, the path he sometimes took to the fence line. There were no signs of him, no movement, no sound, just the grass and the faint rustle of it under the wind. I told myself he might have had someone pick him up. A relative maybe, but Harold didn't have visitors, not in the years I'd known him. And even if he did, he wouldn't leave his cane. I went back home and called it in. The sheriff's office sent 2 deputies out within the hour. By then, the light had shifted into that gray-blue that flattens everything. They did what you'd expect. Checked the house, walked the perimeter, asked me questions I answered the same way each time. When had I last seen him? How was his health? Did he have enemies, as if a man who struggled to cross his own porch might have that kind of history? One of them, a younger guy, stood on the porch and looked out toward the field like he was trying to see something that wasn't there. The older one stayed practical, taking notes, checking the obvious places. They found his wallet on the kitchen table. His keys hung by the door. The cane stayed where I'd first seen it. They called for more help before it got fully dark, and searchlights came out. A couple of volunteers from nearby properties joined in, and we spread across the land behind his house. It's mostly flat farmland with a slight dip about 100 yards out where water collects after heavy rain. That night it was dry, the ground firm underfoot. We moved in lines, calling his name, sweeping the beams back and forth. The grass out there grows uneven, patches of it higher than the rest, and it makes shadows that shift when you walk through them. Every now and then someone would stop, thinking they saw something, and we'd all converge, only to find it was just a clump of weeds or a rock half buried. I kept thinking about his hip, about the way he leaned into each step, about how far he could realistically go. It was one of the volunteers who found the slippers. They were sitting side by side in the field, maybe 200 yards from the porch. Not tossed, not scattered, placed The toes pointed back toward the house. We all gathered around them, lights converging until the ground was washed in white. They were the same worn pair he always wore, the soles flattened and slightly uneven from how he walked. I recognized them immediately. The older deputy crouched down, not touching them at first. He just looked. Then he checked the ground around them for tracks. There were impressions, but they didn't tell a clear story. The soil was firm, and the grass had sprung back in places. You could see where something had passed through, but not how. Could he have made it this far, someone asked. No one answered right away. I knew the distance. I'd walked it plenty of times. For me, it was a short stretch. For Harold, it might as well have been a mile uphill. The deputy finally picked up one slipper, turning it in his hands. There was dirt on the bottom, but not the kind you'd expect from dragging or from a long walk. It looked like it had been worn briefly, then removed. They marked the spot, took photos, bagged the slippers. The search widened after that, pushing beyond the dip, out toward the fence line and the road beyond. We stayed out there until the dark made it pointless. They didn't find anything else that night. The next morning, more people came. Dogs, a wider search grid, even a drone that buzzed overhead, scanning the land in slow, methodical passes. I stayed close to the original area, watching the process, answering the same questions again for a different set of faces. They kept returning to the same problem: the distance, the lack of a clear path, the fact that his cane was still by the door. One of the investigators asked me to walk from the porch to where the slippers had been found, just to give them a sense of the terrain. I did it without thinking, my steps steady, my pace natural. So when I got there, I turned back and looked at the house. It felt farther than it had the night before, not in a measurable way, just in how it sat against the horizon. Smaller, more distant than it should have been. They searched for 2 more days. Nothing. No body, no additional clothing, no signs of a struggle, just the empty porch, the cane by the door, and the slippers in the field. The official line settled into something practical. They suggested he might have had a moment of confusion, wandered off, maybe removed his slippers because they were uncomfortable, then continued on. It didn't fit cleanly, but it was something they could write down. I tried to accept that, but I kept going back to the details that didn't line up. Harold didn't wander. He planned every movement because he had to. Even getting up from his chair took effort, and he wouldn't go anywhere without his cane. It wasn't a habit, it was a necessity. A week after the search ended, I found myself standing on that same spot in the field at dusk. I hadn't meant to go there. I'd been checking a fence line and just drifted. The grass was still slightly flattened where everyone had walked during the search, but it was already starting to rise again. The land was returning to how it had been. I stood there and looked back at his house. The porch light was off now. The place had been closed up, the windows dark, the door locked by someone from the county. It looked smaller than I remembered, like something that had been left behind. I tried to picture him making that walk, each step slow, careful, his weight shifting forward, the strain it would put on his hip. I tried to imagine what would make him leave the safety of that chair, that porch, and go out into the field. There wasn't a good answer. The wind moved through the grass again, and for a second it all leaned in one direction, like something had passed through it just ahead of me. Not a path, exactly. More like a suggestion of movement. I stepped forward without thinking, following that slight disturbance. The ground felt the same underfoot, solid, dry, nothing unusual, but the farther I went, the quieter it seemed to get. The distant sounds, the road, the insects faded in a way I couldn't quite explain. I stopped and turned back. The house looked farther away again. I walked back quickly after that, faster than I needed to, until I was standing near the porch. The boards creaked under me, the same familiar pattern, and I focused on that sound, on something normal. I didn't go into the field again after that. Weeks passed, then months. People stopped talking about Harold. The property stayed empty. Eventually, someone came to look at it, talked about selling, but nothing came of it. It just sat there, the porch facing the road, the chair still in place. Every now and then, usually around the same time in the evening, I'd catch myself looking over there without meaning to. Most of the time, there was nothing to see, but once, just once, I thought I saw the chair shift, not move across the porch, just adjust, like someone had settled into it. I watched for a long time after that, waiting for something else. There was no shape, no figure, just the chair, the porch, and the empty space around them. I told myself it was the wind. I still do. But I've never been able to explain how his slippers ended up 200 yards out in that field, set down neatly side by side, toes pointing back toward the place he never should have been able to leave. The rattle hit the wooden step in a slow, uneven rhythm while I stood at the sink, watching the yard through the window without really thinking about it. The sound carried clearly in the midday quiet, each tap spaced just far enough apart to feel deliberate. He sat near the fence post, close enough that I could track the bright color of his shirt without shifting my stance. The yard was open, simple, contained. The sound stopped. Not faded, not interrupted by anything else. It just stopped. I turned off the water and stepped onto the porch with damp hands, expecting to see him a few feet away, maybe crouched behind the trough, or leaning into the tall grass along the fence. The space where he had been was empty in a way that didn't match the last few seconds. I walked down the steps and checked the immediate spots first. Quick glances that turned into longer looks. Behind the trough, along the fence, around the corner of the house. Each place came up clear, unchanged, as if nothing had passed through it. His name came out louder the second time. The yard offered nothing back. By the time I reached the tree line, my breathing had shifted into something tight and shallow. The river lay just beyond, not far, a steady presence you could always hear if you paid attention. I pushed through the brush and stepped onto the narrow strip of ground beside the water. The current moved cleanly over stone, uninterrupted. There were no marks in the damp soil, no small impressions leading in or out, no broken stems or dragged lines. Just the same undisturbed edge that had been there all morning. Other people arrived quickly. Once I called for help, the quiet of the property gave way to motion and direction. Questions were asked in quick succession, all focused on narrowing down a path that didn't seem to exist. When had he last been seen? How far could he move? What obstacles could he manage? Minutes, I said. Only minutes. Search dogs were brought in not long after. They moved with a purpose that made everything else feel scattered. A shirt was used to give them his scent, and they started from the porch, tracing his presence across the yard in a direct, confident line. They moved straight to the fence post. From there, they angled toward the trees, then down to the river without hesitation. At the edge, they stopped. One stepped into the shallows, nose hovering just above the surface, then lifted its head and paused. The handler guided it along the bank, widening the search, encouraging it to pick up the trail again. The dog moved back and forth, then returned to the same point where the scent had ended. There was no continuation. They tried again. Same result. The line of movement, so clear across the yard, broke at the water as if it had been cut cleanly. The focus shifted to the river. People spread out along both directions, scanning for anything that didn't belong. The current wasn't strong enough to hide something large for long, and the banks were open enough that any disturbance should have been visible. Nothing surfaced. Nothing was found. The search expanded outward as the hours passed, into the trees, across neighboring land, up toward the base of the foothills where the ground began to rise sharply into uneven, rocky slopes. That direction didn't make sense. Even standing at the base, the terrain felt wrong for a child that small. The incline was steep in places, broken by loose stone that shifted underfoot. It required balance and strength to move through it without slipping. Still, teams were sent up. The rest of us stayed lower, repeating the same paths, covering the same ground from different angles, as if a new perspective might reveal something that had been missed. The day stretched long and thin. The sun moved across the sky, flattening shadows. then deepening them again. The yard remained unchanged, the rattle still lying where it had been dropped, a small, ordinary object that now marked the last confirmed point. Night brought a different kind of searching. Lights cut through the darkness in narrow beams. Voices carried farther, sharper in the cooler air. The river continued its steady movement, indifferent to everything happening along its edge. There was no sound from him. The second day followed with more structure, more people, more defined search patterns. The dogs were worked again, starting from the same place, retracing the same path. Each time they led straight to the river and stopped. No variation, no hint of a different direction. The absence of a trail became its own kind of presence, something that shaped every decision. Without a path to follow, the search spread wider, less focused, reaching into areas that didn't fit the original assumptions, including the slopes. By midday, teams were moving higher into the foothills, covering sections that required careful footing and slow progress. Radios carried updates back down, short and factual, marking areas cleared, routes checked, nothing found. I stayed near the edge of the yard, watching the line where the grass met the trees, then beyond that to the faint outline of the mountains rising in layers. It was difficult to judge distance there. What looked close could take far longer to reach than expected. Late in the day, the tone of the radio traffic shifted, subtle at first, then more defined. A location was repeated, instructions changed, movement redirected. A team higher up had found something. By the time the information reached me directly, it had been confirmed enough to speak plainly. A child had been located, alive. The word felt separate from everything else, like it belonged to a different situation entirely. They said he was on a narrow ledge partway up a steep incline. The area wasn't accessible by any clear path, just a series of uneven surfaces and angled rock that required deliberate movement to navigate. They asked if I could come. The climb up was slow. Each step had to be placed carefully, the ground shifting in small ways that made balance uncertain. The air felt thinner, or maybe that was just the way my breathing had changed. When the ledge came into view, it didn't stand out from the surrounding terrain, just another narrow shelf of rock among many. He was sitting near the center of it, still, quiet, facing outward. There was no sign of distress in the way he held himself, no frantic movement or attempt to move from where he was. He looked like he had been set down and left to wait. When I got close, he turned his head slightly, eyes tracking the movement. Recognition came slowly, then settled. I picked him up. He felt normal, solid weight, familiar warmth. His clothes were dirty, marked with dust and small smears that could have come from anything. There were minor scrapes, nothing deep, nothing that matched the kind of terrain surrounding us. No sign of how he had gotten there. The descent was careful, slower with the added weight, each step measured to avoid slipping. Once we reached level ground, everything became a blur of checks and confirmations. He was examined, observed, cleared of any serious injury. Physically, he was fine. The questions came after. How had he reached that location? What path had he taken? Was there any indication of another person being involved? There were no clear answers. The distance from the yard to that ledge was significant, not just in length, but in difficulty. It required navigating uneven ground, avoiding obstacles, and completing a climb that demanded coordination beyond what a child his age should manage. There had been no trace of him along the way, no consistent footprints, no disturbed areas that aligned with his size or movement, nothing that formed a continuous line from the yard to the mountains, and the dogs had never picked up his scent beyond the river. The suggestion that he had entered the water and exited elsewhere was discussed, but it didn't resolve the larger problem. Even if the trail had been broken that way, there was still no evidence of his presence on the far side leading up the slope. I tried to get some sense of it from him. At that age, his understanding of events was limited, his ability to describe them even more so. When prompted, he would gesture in loose, inconsistent directions, sometimes toward the yard, sometimes toward the higher ground. There was no sequence, no clear progression from one place to another, just fragments that didn't connect. In the days that followed, the property returned to its usual quiet. The yard looked the same as it always had. The fence, the trough, the stretch of grass leading to the trees. The river continued to move steadily beyond. The rattle was picked up and set aside, but its absence from the step felt as noticeable as its presence had been. I found myself walking to the edge of the trees more often, standing where the dogs had stopped, looking at the water as if it might offer something if I waited long enough. The break in the trail remained absolute. There was no gradual fading, no sign of confusion, just a clean end. From the yard, the mountains rose in the distance, their surfaces catching light differently throughout the day. The ledge where he had been found wasn't visible from below. It blended into the larger pattern of rock and shadow, indistinct from everything around it. Sometimes, standing there, it feels like the space between those 2 points, the yard and that ledge, should contain something visible. A line, a mark, a path that can be traced and understood. But there is nothing. Only the place where he was, the place where he was found, and the stretch between them that holds no record of how he moved from one to the other, as if the distance itself never had to be crossed. The last confirmed point we logged that day is still sitting in my field book, one line short of being complete. I can tell you exactly where I was standing when I took that shot. Down in a shallow draw where the ground dips just enough to block your line of sight to the ridge, unless you shift a few feet left or right. The kind of place where you plant your boots carefully because the rock wants to slide under you. I remember setting the prism pole, checking the bubble, and angling it toward where Carl had the instrument set up above me. The routine is simple. You hold steady, he locks on, the unit chirps, and you both move on. We'd done it hundreds of times. That afternoon, the chirp never came. At first, I assumed he was adjusting something. Maybe the tripod had shifted, maybe glare on the lens. I held position longer than usual, eyes fixed on the ridgeline, waiting for that small signal that everything was working like it should. Nothing. I lowered the pole and stepped sideways to open up my angle. The sun was cutting across the rocks hard enough to wash out color, but I could usually spot him by movement alone. There was no movement, no outline, just the fixed shape of the ridge and the empty sky behind it. I called up to him once, not loudly, just enough to carry. The sound didn't come back the way I expected. It went up the slope and seemed to stop there, like it had nowhere else to go. I told myself he'd stepped away for a minute. It happens. You check something. You stretch. You take a drink. I waited another beat, then started climbing out of the draw toward his position. The terrain between us wasn't far, but it forced you to move carefully. Loose shale, uneven footing, patches where the ground gives just enough to throw off your balance. I kept my eyes on the spot where the tripod should be, expecting to see him come back into view as I gained elevation. The tripod appeared first. It was exactly where he'd set it. Legs braced with rock, instrument level, aimed straight down toward where I'd been standing. The screen was still lit. The unit gave a soft repeating signal, searching for the prism it had lost. Carl wasn't there. I walked the last few steps without thinking about it, closing the distance in a straight line. His pack was on the ground beside the setup, his jacket folded over it. The water bottle he always kept half tightened sat upright, a line of condensation still clinging to the side. His field book was open on a flat stone. I looked at that before anything else. It's habit. Numbers tell you where you are, what you've done, what's left. The entries were clean and in order, each point logged the way we were trained to do it. The last line matched my position in the draw. The next line wasn't finished. There was a number started, 2 digits, maybe a third begun, and then nothing. The pencil mark faded off where it had been lifted mid-stroke. I didn't touch anything right away. I just stood there scanning the ground, letting my eyes adjust to the details. You learn to read surfaces in this job. Disturbances stand out if you give them time to show themselves. I saw our tracks from earlier, overlapping paths from setting up, small scuffs where we'd shifted equipment. Beyond that, the ground was undisturbed. No clear line of footprints leading away. No drag marks. No displaced rocks suggesting a fall. I moved to the edge of the ridge and looked down. The slopes dropped into a series of cuts and gullies, steep but broken. If someone had gone over, there would be a trail of something loose stone kicked free, a path carved into the dust. I saw none of that, just the same untouched surfaces stretching down into shadow. I called his name again, louder this time. It felt wrong the second time too, like the sound didn't belong out there. I circled the tripod, widening my search a few feet at a time, checked behind the larger rocks, looked into every shallow dip. There wasn't anywhere close enough for him to be that I couldn't see. I picked up the radio clipped to my vest and called him on it. Static answered. Thin, steady, uninterrupted. We'd checked those radios that morning. Clear signal across worse terrain than this. I tried again, adjusting the volume, switching channels out of habit. The same empty response came back each time. That's when the situation stopped feeling like a delay and started feeling like a problem. I noted the time automatically, wrote it down in my own book along with the position of the setup and the condition of the site. It's something you do without thinking, even when it feels unnecessary. Especially then. Then I started searching in a more deliberate pattern. I moved out from the tripod in slow arcs, keeping it in sight as a reference point. Every few steps, I stopped and looked back, fixing my position so I wouldn't lose orientation. The land out there has a way of shifting on you if you don't anchor yourself to something. I checked every place a person might step out of view, walked the ridge in both directions until it narrowed too much to continue safely, dropped partway into the nearest gully and scanned the slope from below, looking for anything that stood out. Nothing did. The light started to change as the afternoon wore on. Shadows stretched longer, filling in the gaps between rocks, flattening details that had been sharp an hour earlier. I went back to the tripod again and stood there, looking at the same untouched ground. His field book was still open. I leaned in closer this time, studying that unfinished line. The pencil had pressed firmly at first, then lightened as it trailed off. There was no hesitation in the earlier entries, no corrections, just that one abrupt stop. I tried to picture the exact moment he'd been writing it. Head down, pencil moving. The instrument still trained on me, the reading complete, just waiting to be recorded. Something had interrupted him in the space of a second. Not enough time to finish a number, not enough time to set the pencil down cleanly, just enough to stop. I radioed the office after that. It took a few attempts to get a signal that held. When I did, I kept my voice level and gave them the facts. Location, time, condition of the equipment, lack of visible tracks. They asked me if I was sure I hadn't missed him moving off. I told them what I'd seen, what I hadn't seen. There was a pause on their end before they told me to stay where I was. They said they were calling search and rescue. I didn't stay still. I kept working the area, pushing a little farther each time, careful not to contaminate the immediate space around the tripod. The ground beyond it showed the same thing over and over again. No clear sign of recent movement. No indication of direction. Once I thought I heard something shift below the ridge. A small sound, like rocks settling under weight. I moved toward it quickly, picking my way down into the nearest cut. The air felt different down there. Cooler, heavier. I stopped halfway down and listened. Nothing followed. I went the rest of the way to the bottom, scanning every angle, every shadow. There was nowhere for someone to hide, nowhere for someone to be without leaving a trace. When I climbed back up, the tripod was exactly as I'd left it, and the instrument was still searching. I turned it off again. By the time the search teams reached me, the sun had dropped behind the ridge and the temperature had started to fall. Their lights cut through the dark in narrow beams, moving steadily as they approached. I could hear their steps on the rock before I saw them clearly. I walked them through everything, where I'd been, where he'd been, the line between us, the absence of anything leading away. They checked the site with the same careful attention, then spread out, covering ground in patterns that made sense for the terrain. Dogs were brought in later. They worked the immediate area around the tripod first, then moved outward. Their paths didn't settle into anything consistent. They'd pick up something, follow it a short distance, then lose it and circle back. One of the handlers glanced at me once, then away, like he didn't have anything useful to say. We searched through the night and into the next day. Nothing changed. No sign of him. No sign of movement. No evidence that explained why the equipment had been left in that exact state. Mid-measurement, mid-entry. Eventually, they packed up what they needed to document and left markers for anything that might matter later. Reports were filed. Coordinates logged. The site reduced to information that could be reviewed and revisited. Carl was listed as missing. I kept my copy of the notes. That last point, the one he never finished, sits there exactly as it was. Every time I look at it, I can place myself back in that draw, holding the prism, waiting for the chirp that never came. There's nothing in the numbers that explains it. No error, no inconsistency, just a clean sequence that stops where it shouldn't. I've gone back over it more times than I can count, checking the math, the positions, the timing. Everything lines up, except the part where he's supposed to still be there, finishing that entry, calling out the next shot. The equipment said he was working. The ground said he hadn't left. And the only thing that proves he was ever there in that last moment is a pencil line that doesn't reach the end of a number, pressed into paper on a rock in a place where the silence still feels too flat when the wind drops out, like something cleared it out and never let it fill back in. The sun was straight overhead when we stepped into the berry patch, the kind of midday light that makes every leaf look cut out and sharp, like nothing can hide in it. My husband moved ahead of me without hesitation, pushing into the thicker brush where most people wouldn't bother going. He always said that's where the best ones were, deeper in, past where it felt comfortable. I stayed back where the ground was clearer, picking what I could reach without fighting through branches. I could hear him the whole time. The steady movement of someone who knew exactly where to place his feet, the soft snap of twigs and the brush of leaves against his clothes. It was a familiar sound, one I'd listened to for years. I bent down to gather a handful and wiped my fingers against my jeans. The berries were warm from the sun, and I remember thinking I'd call him over, tell him he didn't need to go any farther. The sound of him moving stopped. Not gradually, not fading, it just ended. I waited a moment, expecting it to pick back up. People pause. They shift. They look around. They change direction. It didn't feel like anything yet. Just a small break in a normal rhythm. Then I called his name. No answer came back. I stepped forward, pushing into the same stretch of brush he had gone through. The branches dragged across my arms, catching on my sleeves, and I had to force my way through in a way he never did. He moved through places like that without effort. I didn't. He should have been right there. The ground showed where he'd walked. Grass bent down. Thin stems snapped clean. I followed it 2, maybe 3 steps, and then it stopped. Not faded, not turned, just ended like someone had lifted him straight up out of it. I called again, louder this time. My voice carried farther than I expected, but there was nothing in response. No movement, no shift in the brush, no sign of him stepping away. His pail sat off to the side, tipped against a low cluster of leaves. A few berries had spilled out and darkened the dirt beneath them. He wouldn't have left it, not like that. I picked it up and held on to it without thinking, like it was the only thing that proved he'd been there at all. I started moving in wider circles, calling his name again and again, trying to find where the trail picked back up. It didn't. Every direction looked the same after a few steps. The brush closed in, the light broke apart into smaller pieces, and the ground refused to tell me anything new. Someone must have heard me eventually. I don't remember how the first person found me, only that suddenly I wasn't alone anymore. Voices replaced mine, louder, more organized. Questions came quickly, overlapping, trying to pin down something that made sense. How long had he been gone? Which way he went? Whether he knew the area? I answered them all the same way. Minutes. Just a few. He knew this place better than anyone. They organized a search before the afternoon had even started to lean toward evening. People spread out through the brush in lines, calling his name at intervals. Watching the ground carefully, I stayed near where his path ended, unable to pull myself away from that exact spot. That's where the dogs were brought in. They arrived with handlers who moved with a kind of calm I envied. The dogs were large, heavy animals, focused from the moment they stepped out, their noses already working the air as if they could pick up the story of the place without being told. One of the handlers asked me to hand over the pail. I hesitated for a second before giving it up, watching as he let the dog catch the scent. The dog reacted immediately, eager, pulling slightly at the leash as if it understood the task. That gave me a moment of relief, something solid to hold on to. They led it toward the broken line of brush where my husband had disappeared. The change in the dog was instant. Its body slowed first, the pull on the leash easing into a cautious step. Then it stopped entirely. Its head lifted, not in curiosity but in a way that felt tight, controlled. The handler gave a quiet command, encouraging it forward. It didn't move. The dog leaned back instead, just slightly at first, then with more insistence, its paws pressing into the dirt as it resisted being led closer. Its ears flattened, and a low sound came from deep in its throat. The handler tried again, firmer this time, guiding it toward the exact point where the trail should have continued. The dog refused completely. They brought in the second one. It didn't even make it all the way to the spot. A few steps short, it slowed, circled once, and then stiffened as if it had run into something invisible. Its head turned away from the brush, and it pressed itself closer to its handler, seeking distance instead of the trail. I watched both animals closely, waiting for some sign that this was normal, that there was an explanation I just didn't understand. There wasn't. The handlers exchanged a look I couldn't read. They spoke quietly, then tried approaching from a different angle, bringing the dogs in along a wider arc, avoiding the exact path my husband had taken. It didn't matter. Each time they got close, the same reaction happened. Hesitation, stiffness, refusal. One of the dogs let out a short, sharp sound that cut through the air, and then went completely still, as if it didn't want to draw any more attention to itself. They pulled the dogs back after that. Someone said it could be confusion, overlapping scents, the heat. Someone else mentioned terrain, how scent can behave unpredictably in thick brush. The explanations came quickly, one after another, but none of them matched what I had just seen. Those animals weren't confused. They were afraid. The search continued without them. People moved farther out, covering more ground, calling less often as the hours passed. The sunlight shifted, turning softer, then thinner until the shadows stretched and pulled under the brush. I stayed near that same spot, holding on to the empty feeling of it as if stepping away would mean losing him completely. At one point, I noticed one of the dogs again, farther back with its handler. It wasn't trying to track anymore. It was sitting, body rigid, staring toward the same section of brush where my husband had vanished. Its eyes didn't move. I followed its gaze, but all I saw were leaves and stems, layered and ordinary. The light faded. Flashlights replaced the sun, beams cutting through the dark in narrow paths. The air cooled, and the sounds of the woods changed, small movements that felt distant and separate from us. They found nothing. No trail leading away. No sign of a fall. No disturbance beyond the few steps he had taken before everything stopped. In the days that followed, they came back with more people, more time, more careful attention to every possible path. They searched the nearby roads, the shallow dips where water sometimes ran, the edges of the woods where it opened into fields. The dogs were brought back once more, different ones this time. The result was the same. They approached, they caught the scent, and then they refused to go any farther. One sat down abruptly, planting itself in place. Another turned and pulled in the opposite direction, straining against the leash with a quiet urgency that didn't need to be loud to be understood. The handlers didn't force them after that. I stood there again, watching, holding the pail they had returned to me. The dent along its rim pressed into my palm, a small, constant reminder of something solid in the middle of everything that wasn't. People kept offering explanations. wandering, injury, disorientation. Each one tried to stretch across those missing minutes and make them into something reasonable, but nothing reasonable happens in that short of a time. Not in a place like that. Not to someone who knew every inch of it. I go back sometimes, not as often as I used to, but enough that the path hasn't forgotten me. The berry patch grows the same each year, thick and tangled, just as unwelcoming as it ever was. The light still falls through it in that same hard way at midday, leaving no shadows deep enough to hide anything. There's a place where I always stop. There's no mark there anymore. No broken stems, no bent grass, just another patch of brush that looks like every other, but I know exactly where it is. I stand there and listen, not expecting anything, just letting the quiet settle around me. The woods don't feel empty. They never have. There's always some movement, some small sound, something shifting just out of sight, except in that one place. That spot holds still in a way the rest of the woods doesn't, as if something passed through it once and left the space behind it unchanged. I don't call his name anymore. I just stand there, looking into the brush where his trail ended, waiting for a sound that never comes, and for something I can't see to give him back. The first thing that stood out that morning was how crowded the start line felt for a trail race. Usually people spread out, keep to themselves, focus inward, but this one had a kind of low, constant movement. Runners pacing, adjusting watches, stepping off and back on, the packed dirt like they couldn't quite settle. The sun had just come up over the hills, and the light flattened the course ahead into something deceptively simple. I checked my watch, tightened my laces, and fixed my pace plan in my head. I was there to compete. That meant staying disciplined early, even if others surged. The course was well marked, looping through rolling hills with checkpoints placed at predictable intervals. Volunteers, signage, clear boundaries. It was the kind of setup where very little could go wrong without someone noticing. When the race started, the pack moved as one for the first stretch, feet thudding in a steady rhythm against the dry trail. Gradually it thinned. Faster runners pulled ahead, others dropped back, and soon enough we were spaced out in that familiar pattern. Always someone within sight, but rarely close enough to speak. I first noticed her on a long incline, where the trail cut between low brush. She moved with purpose, efficient and controlled, no wasted motion. She wasn't sprinting, just holding a strong, consistent pace. A bright water bottle bounced lightly at her side, clipped to her pack in a way that made it easy to grab without breaking stride. I stayed a few yards behind her for a while, matching my effort to hers without fully committing to her pace. She didn't look back. Runners like that usually don't. At the top of the incline, she increased her speed slightly and pulled ahead. I let her go. The race was long enough that forcing the issue that early didn't make sense. By the time I reached the first checkpoint, she was already there. The volunteers were calling out numbers, marking arrivals, handing out water. She stood just off to the side, bent slightly forward with her hands resting on her thighs. Not struggling, just pausing, resetting. Her breathing looked controlled. I passed close enough to see her face clearly. Focused, alert, nothing unusual. Then I moved on. The section between the first and second checkpoints was more exposed. Rolling hills, fewer trees, longer sight lines. You could usually see at least one other runner ahead, cresting a hill or disappearing into a dip. I expected to see her again somewhere along that stretch. I didn't. At first, it didn't register as anything meaningful. Runners shift positions all the time. Someone faster might have passed her while I wasn't looking. She might have slowed slightly. The terrain could hide someone for longer than you'd expect, if the spacing lined up just right. But as I continued, cresting one hill after another, I realized I hadn't caught even a glimpse of her again. When I reached the second checkpoint, the atmosphere felt different immediately. There were more people lingering than usual. Not enough to cause concern on its own, but enough to break the normal flow. Volunteers weren't just marking numbers. They were looking past us, scanning the trail behind. One of them asked if anyone had seen a runner matching her description. Blue bottle, dark hair, strong pace. I slowed, just enough to listen. She checked in at the last station, the volunteer said. She should have been here by now. No one had an answer. I moved on. But the rhythm of the race had shifted. It's hard to explain unless you've been in that kind of environment. But once something like that enters the space, it changes how everything feels. Every gap between runners seems wider. Every stretch of empty trail feels longer than it should. I finished the race without seeing her again. At the finish area, the concern had solidified into something more organized. Officials were gathering information, asking questions, confirming who had seen her and where. Her last confirmed location remained the first checkpoint. After that, nothing. I gave my account. I told them where I had seen her, how she looked, what she was doing, and felt insufficient. Like describing a moment that should have led somewhere but didn't. Search efforts started quickly. Volunteers, race staff, then more formal teams. The stretch between the two checkpoints became the focus. It was a limited distance, a defined space. In theory, the easiest kind of area to search, but they found nothing. No signs of a fall. No indication she had left the trail in a way that suggested injury or disorientation. No personal items. Nothing that explained how someone could be present at one point and absent at the next without leaving a trace. I went home that day with the sense that it would be resolved quickly. That they would find her just off the trail, maybe injured, maybe disoriented, but alive. The next day, there was still no answer. Search teams expanded the area. They worked methodically, covering not just the trail but the surrounding terrain. People who knew the land, people trained to notice disturbances, people who didn't miss things. Days passed. The story spread, but the facts didn't change. She was seen at the first checkpoint in the morning. She never reached the second. The window of time between those 2 points remained the only place where anything could have happened. About a week later, I went back. I told myself it was to run, to clear my head, to stop replaying the same unanswered questions. But really, I wanted to see that section again with my own eyes. Without the pressure of the race, the trail looked the same. The markers were still in place. The hills hadn't changed. It felt almost wrong that something so unresolved could exist in a place that looked so ordinary. I ran the section slowly, paying attention to everything. The ground, the brush, the small variations in terrain, anywhere someone might step off, even briefly, about halfway between the two checkpoints. Something caught my attention. It wasn't obvious at first, just a slight irregularity in the grass a few feet off the trail. A patch that looked pressed down, not in a way that formed a clear path, but enough to break the uniformity. I stepped off the trail and moved closer. The bottle was lying on its side, bright, unmistakable, exactly as I remembered it. For a moment, I just stood there looking at it, trying to process what that meant. This area had been searched, not casually but thoroughly. Multiple times, people had walked this exact stretch, scanning both sides of the trail with the specific intent of finding anything out of place. If the bottle had been there then, it should have been found. I crouched and picked it up. It was light, like it had been emptied. No visible damage. No sign it had been there for long. The thought that settled in wasn't about where she had gone. It was about when the bottle had appeared, because if it hadn't been there during the initial searches, then it had been placed there afterward. I brought it back to the officials. They confirmed it was hers. The search area was revisited, expanded again, examined with even more care. Nothing else turned up. The timeline stayed the same. The facts didn't change. Only one new element had been added, and it raised more questions than it answered. Something of hers had appeared in a place that had already been cleared, which meant that after everyone had agreed where she wasn't, something had returned to that exact spot. I still think about the spacing of runners on that course, how you can see someone ahead, lose sight of them in a dip, and expect to see them again on the next rise. That expectation never failed me before, except that day, because between those two checkpoints, in a stretch of trail designed to be visible, monitored and predictable, someone moved out of that pattern completely. and the only trace that surfaced did so after we had already looked directly where it was. I was halfway over the pass when I saw the car, its headlights cutting sideways through the falling snow, like it had been left mid-thought. It was angled just enough to look wrong, not wrecked, not stuck, just stopped. The engine was still running. I could see the exhaust pushing out in soft bursts, immediately swallowed by the wind. The driver's side door was closed. No hazard lights, no movement inside. I slowed without deciding to. The road up there narrows in a way that makes every other driver feel like a witness, whether you want to be or not. Snow had been falling steady for hours, layering the asphalt in a thin deceptive film that hid the ice beneath. I pulled over about 20 yards behind the car and left my own engine running. For a moment, I just watched. There's a kind of quiet that only happens in heavy snow. Not silence, exactly. More like the world has been padded, muted, every sound reduced to something small and distant. Even the engine of her car seemed quieter than it should have been. I got out, immediately hit by the cold, sharp enough to sting the inside of my nose. My boots sank into fresh snow as I stepped toward the vehicle. The wind shifted, carrying a faint smell of exhaust and something else I couldn't place clean, almost sterile like cold metal. The interior light flicked on. As I reached the driver's side, no one inside. The seat was pushed back slightly, like someone taller had been driving. A purse sat upright in the passenger seat, unzipped. I could see a phone inside, screen dark, keys hung from the ignition, the engine idling steady, heater still blowing warm air that fogged the windshield from the inside. I leaned closer, scanning the seats, the floor, the back. No sign of a struggle, no blood, no broken glass. Everything was intact in a way that made the emptiness feel deliberate. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding too loud against the snow. No answer. I stepped back and turned, looking toward the tree line. Dense pines, heavy with snow, their branches sagging low. The wind pushed through them in slow, uneven waves. That's when I saw the footprints. They started just off the driver's side, clean impressions pressed into the fresh layer of snow. Small boots, maybe? The kind with a narrow heel. They led away from the road straight toward the trees. I hesitated. There's a line you don't cross on roads like that. You see something, you call it in, you wait. You don't follow tracks into the woods at night in a storm. But the engine was running. Her phone was in the car. Her purse. Whoever had been driving hadn't planned to go far. I told myself I'd just look a little, just enough to see if she'd slipped or fallen or needed help. The first few steps off the road felt louder than they should have. The snow there was deeper, softer, untouched except for her trail. My boots sank in past my ankles as I followed the prints, careful to step just to the side of them. They were spaced evenly. No sign of running, no dragging, just a steady walk. 10 feet in, the road behind me already looked distant, blurred by the snowfall. The car's headlights were faint now, reduced to a pale glow through the trees. 15 feet. The air changed as I moved farther in. The wind dropped off, blocked by the trees, and everything became still in a way that made my ears ring. 20 feet. The footprint stopped. Not faded, not covered, not turning. Stopped. I stood there, staring at the last impression in the snow. It was clear, sharply defined. A full step forward pressed down with weight. Beyond it, nothing. Nothing. No continuation, no scuff, no disturbance of any kind. Just smooth, untouched snow stretching between the trees. I looked up instinctively, scanning the branches above. They hung low, thick with snow, but there was nothing broken, nothing disturbed, no sign that someone had climbed or been pulled upward. I turned in a slow circle, searching for any deviation, a misstep, a second set of tracks, anything. There was nothing. The quiet pressed in harder. I became aware of my own breathing, too loud, too fast. the kind of breathing that starts to feel like it belongs to someone else. I stepped forward, past the last footprint, and immediately felt something shift, not under my feet, but in the way the space around me held together. It's difficult to explain without sounding like I'm reaching for something dramatic. It wasn't a sound or a movement. It was more like a pressure change, like stepping into a room where the air has been sealed for too long. I stopped. The snow in front of me was perfect, unmarked. No one had walked there, and yet the trail ended as if whoever made it had taken another step. I crouched down, bringing my face closer to the last footprint. The edges were crisp, no melting, no collapse. It hadn't been there long. A sudden gust of wind pushed through the trees behind me, louder than anything I'd heard so far. Snow shook loose from the branches above, falling in soft cascades. I turned back toward the road. The car's headlights flickered, just once. I straightened, my chest tightening. The distance between me and the road felt longer than it had a moment ago. The glow of the headlights seemed weaker, dimmed by more than just the snow. Another flicker. I started back, faster now, my boots punching deeper into the snow. I didn't follow my own path exactly. I just aimed for the light, keeping it in sight as best I could. Halfway back, I had the distinct feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. Not that someone had arrived, not footsteps behind me. Nothing that clear. It was more like the space between the trees had filled in with something that hadn't been there before. Something that made the gaps feel narrower, the shadows heavier. I didn't look back. By the time I reached the edge of the road, my breathing was sharp and uneven, my hands numb from the cold. The car was still there, engine running, but the headlights were dimmer now, the beams shorter. I walked straight to the driver's side and reached in, turning the key halfway as if to shut it off. I stopped. The key didn't move. It felt locked in place, resisting with a stiffness that didn't match the position it was in. The engine continued to idle, steady and unconcerned. I tried again, harder this time. Nothing. The interior of the car felt warmer than before, almost too warm, the air thick. The purse on the passenger seat had shifted slightly, as if it had been nudged. The zipper was a little farther open now. I hadn't touched it. I stepped back, letting the door swing shut. My phone was already in my hand. I dialed 911, turning away from the car as I spoke, my eyes scanning the road, the trees, the sky. I kept my voice steady, giving the location as best I could, describing the situation in simple terms. Abandoned vehicle, engine running, personal belongings left behind, footprints leading into the woods and stopping. The dispatcher asked if I could see anyone nearby. No, I said, my eyes fixed on the tree line. There's no one. They told me to stay where I was if it was safe. I didn't say that I wasn't sure it was. Minutes passed, or maybe longer. Time stretched in a way that made it hard to measure. The snow kept falling, steady and indifferent. At some point, I realized the footprints I had followed were starting to soften at the edges, the fresh snow beginning to fill them in. Slowly, they were being erased. I kept watching the last one, the place where they stopped. For a moment, I thought I saw something there. Not a movement exactly, but a slight depression forming in the snow just beyond the final print. As if something invisible had shifted its weight. I blinked, and it was gone. The sound of distant sirens eventually cut through the quiet, faint at first, then growing louder as they approached. Relief came with it, sharp and immediate. When the police arrived, they moved quickly but carefully, their lights painting the snow in red and blue pulses. I stepped aside, answering questions, pointing out the tracks, explaining what I'd seen. They followed the footprints into the trees. I watched from the road as they reached the end of the trail and stopped, just like I had. Even from a distance, I could see the way their posture changed. The pause, the confusion. One of them waved the others closer. They stood there for a long moment, looking at the same empty stretch of snow. No one went any farther. They searched the area for hours. More units arrived. Lights swept through the trees. Voices carried through the cold air, clipped and controlled. They found nothing. No additional tracks. No signs of a fall, no evidence of anyone leaving that spot. Just a car with a running engine, a purse on the seat, a phone left behind, and a trail that ended 20 feet into the woods. By the time I was allowed to leave, the snow had covered most of what I'd seen. The footprints were barely visible now, reduced to shallow impressions that would be gone by morning. I drove down the pass slowly, my headlights cutting through the same falling snow, the road unfolding in front of me like it always had. But every time I blinked, I saw that last footprint again, clear, complete, in the space just beyond it, where something should have been but wasn't. I kept thinking about the way the air had felt in that spot, the pressure, the stillness, like something had opened just long enough for a person to step through, and then closed again without a trace. A few days later, I checked the news. They reported the missing woman, young professional traveling alone, last seen driving through the pass that night. Search efforts ongoing. No evidence of foul play. They mentioned the abandoned car, the running engine, the personal belongings left inside. They did not mention the footprints. They did not mention where they stopped. I went back up there once, a week later, during the day. The road was clear by then. The snow pushed back to the sides in dirty, uneven walls. The trees looked smaller in the sunlight, less imposing. I found the spot easily. There was no sign of what had happened. No marks, no disturbances. Just a stretch of forest that looked like any other. I stood there for a while, just off the road looking into the trees, waiting, without meaning to. Nothing moved, nothing changed. But as I turned to leave, I had the same feeling again. Subtle, quiet, like the space behind me had shifted just slightly, making room for something that wasn't there before. I didn't look back. I still think about her sometimes. Not in a dramatic way. Not like a story that demands to be solved. More like a moment that never finished. A car left running on a mountain road. Snow falling. A set of footprints leading into the woods. And then nothing at all. I reached the overlook later than I planned, with the light already thinning into that coppery edge that makes everything look briefly staged, like a photograph before it fades. The trail narrowed into a ribbon of packed dirt along the cliff, roots exposed like knuckles. I remember setting my pack down carefully so it wouldn't tip and slide. I remember thinking I had just enough time for one last series before the sun dropped behind the tree line. I was there alone on purpose. I always was. Amateur technically, but I took it seriously enough to carry more weight than I should have. Body lenses, spare batteries, a tripod strapped awkwardly so it snagged on branches. I liked the quiet of it, the way the forest absorbed sound and returned it softened. It made small details easier to notice. Movement at the edge of vision, shifts in color, the way light pulled and then drained away. The overlook faced west, but the trees crowded in so thick that the sun only appeared in fragments, slivered between trunks and branches. I set up anyway, adjusting the tripod legs on uneven ground, pressing them down until they felt steady. There was a drop just beyond the edge, not sheer, but steep enough that a misstep would turn into a fall you couldn't stop. I kept a careful distance. I always did. The air had that late-day chill creeping in under the warmth, a signal that time was closing. I worked quickly but not rushed, dialing in settings from habit, lifting the camera, lowering it, framing, adjusting, framing again. The forest was dense below me, layers of dark green stacked into shadow. It should have been still, but it wasn't completely. There was a subtle, inconsistent motion deeper in the trees. Not wind exactly, more like something shifting weight. I noticed it the way you notice something out of place in a room you know well. Not immediately alarming, just wrong. I told myself it was an animal. Deer move through here. Elk sometimes, though less often. I'd seen prints earlier in the day, near a muddy patch along the trail. That explanation sat comfortably enough that I kept shooting. A few wide frames, a couple tighter compositions focusing on the breaks in the canopy where light slipped through. Then the motion stopped. It didn't taper off or drift away. It ceased like a switch flipped. The forest below me settled into a kind of stillness that felt more deliberate than natural. Even the small ambient sounds, the distant rustle, the faint creak of branches, seemed to thin out. I lowered the camera and looked directly instead of through glass. There was nothing obvious to fix on. No clear shape, just a suggestion of depth. Darker patches layered among the trees. The kind of thing your eyes try to resolve into something recognizable and fail. I waited, expecting the motion to start again, to confirm the animal explanation. It didn't. I realized then how quiet it had become. Not silent exactly, but stripped down. My own movements sounded louder. Fabric shifting, the small click as I adjusted the lens barrel. I became aware of my breathing, in a way that felt intrusive, like I was the only thing making noise in a place that had decided to go still. I lifted the camera again, more out of habit than intention, and aimed it toward where I thought I'd seen the movement. The viewfinder flattened everything, compressed the layers. It made the darkness between the trees look more uniform, more solid. I took a shot. The shutter sounded too sharp in that quiet. I hesitated, then took another. Adjusting slightly to the left, the light was dropping fast now, forcing longer exposures. I braced myself, held still, waited for the shutter to close. Something shifted again, deeper this time. Not broad movement like an animal passing through, but a kind of distortion, as if a section of the forest had leaned forward without the trees actually moving. I blinked and lost it. I lowered the camera again, scanning with my eyes. Nothing. The same layered dark, the same vertical lines of trunks. I remember feeling a small, irrational annoyance, that sense of almost catching something and then losing it. It made me want to try again, to prove there was nothing there. I stepped closer to the edge, just enough to get a slightly clearer angle past a cluster of branches that had been in my frame. My boot shifted a loose stone, and it skittered over the edge, disappearing without a sound. I froze until I was sure my footing was solid again. Then I raised the camera for what I told myself would be the last shot. The light was nearly gone now. The forest below reduced to gradients of shadow. I focused manually, turning the ring slowly, watching the image sharpen and blur, searching for something to lock onto. That's when I saw it in the viewfinder. At first it registered as a density difference, a shape that didn't align with the vertical pattern of the trees. Not quite solid, not clearly separate. It occupied space in a way that suggested form, without defining it. Darker than the surrounding shadows, but not by much. I held the camera steady, trying to understand what I was looking at. It seemed too tall to be an animal I recognized, too narrow to be a trunk. It didn't move in a way I could track, but there was a sense of it adjusting like it was not fixed in place. I realized, with a delayed clarity, that it was positioned where the earlier motion had been. My finger tightened on the shutter without conscious thought. The camera clicked. For a fraction of a second, the image in the viewfinder shifted as the exposure completed. In that moment, the shape seemed closer, not by a measurable distance, but by presence. More defined, though still indistinct. I took another shot. Almost immediately, the shape blurred, not motion blur exactly, more like it lost cohesion, as if the edges couldn't hold. It stretched slightly across the frame, smearing into the surrounding darkness. I lowered the camera, my eyes struggling to adjust from the viewfinder back to the dim forest. I tried to locate the same spot without the lens. I couldn't find it. The trees looked the same as before. Dense, layered, empty of anything that stood out. A feeling settled in that I didn't want to name. Not panic, not yet. More like a recognition that something had shifted outside of what I could easily explain. I took a step back from the edge. The ground felt less certain than it had a moment ago. The roots that had seemed like stable footholds now looked like potential hazards. I kept my eyes on the tray line as I reached for the tripod, collapsing it with quick practice movements. I didn't want to turn my back fully on the forest. As I slung the tripod over my shoulder, something moved again. Not in the distance this time, closer. I couldn't see it directly. It registered as a change in the spacing between trees. a subtle misalignment that corrected itself when I tried to focus on it, like catching a reflection that disappears when you look straight at it. I took another step back. My heel hit the edge of a root and slipped slightly. I caught myself, heart kicking harder now, the delayed reaction catching up. I forced myself to look down, to check my footing, to make sure I wasn't about to fall. The ground was uneven, but stable enough if I moved carefully. When I looked up again, the forest felt different, not visibly changed, but the sense of depth had shifted. The distance between me and the first line of trees felt shorter, compressed, as if something had filled the space in a way I couldn't see directly. I grabbed my camera without thinking and lifted it again, almost like using it as a shield or a tool to reveal what my eyes couldn't. Through the viewfinder, the darkness resolved differently. The shape was there again, closer. It occupied more of the frame now, still blurred at the edges, still lacking clear definition, but undeniably present. It seemed to lean between the trees, not displacing them, but existing among them in a way that didn't match their structure. I felt a sharp, immediate urge to capture it again, to have proof of what I was seeing. I pressed the shutter. The camera hesitated, the longer exposure struggling in the fading light. I held as still as I could, aware of how close I was to the edge, aware of how much I wanted to step back, and how little I was moving. In that suspended moment, the shape shifted forward again. Not a step, not a lunge, just a subtle advance that closed the distance in a way that didn't match normal movement. The shutter closed. I lowered the camera. My hand's not entirely steady now. I didn't try to look for it with my eyes again. I didn't want to risk not seeing it, or worse, seeing it more clearly. I backed away from the edge, slow at first, then faster once I felt more solid ground under me. The trail was narrow, but familiar enough. I turned then, finally, and started moving back the way I'd come. I didn't run, not at first. I told myself that would be reckless on that kind of terrain, but my pace increased without me deciding to do it. Each step landed harder, less careful. The forest around the trail felt louder again, but not in a comforting way. The sounds came back unevenly, as if they were catching up. A branch creaked somewhere behind me. Leaves shifted under something I couldn't see. I didn't look back. I focused on the path ahead, on placing my feet, on keeping a steady forward motion. My breathing grew louder, harsher in my ears. At some point, I realized I was no longer alone on the trail. Not by sight, by presence. It was the same kind of awareness I'd had at the overlook, but sharper now, closer. Something occupying space behind me, matching my direction. Adjusting as I moved, I quickened my pace again. The trail curved, dipped, rose. Familiar landmarks passed by, but they felt less distinct, like I was moving through a version of the path rather than the path itself. I risked a glance over my shoulder. There was nothing clearly there, just the narrowing trail, the trees closing in, the deepening dark, but the space felt wrong, too full. I turned forward again and started to run. Branches brushed against me as I moved, catching on my jacket, scraping lightly across my arms. The ground blurred into a series of steps I trusted more than saw. Behind me, something adjusted its distance, not gaining quickly, not falling back, just maintaining a presence that felt fixed relative to me. No matter how I moved, I reached a wider section of the trail, where the trees thinned slightly. The sky above was darker now, the last light almost gone. I slowed just enough to avoid tripping, forcing myself to keep control. The feeling behind me didn't fade. It stayed, even as I pushed forward, even as the trail began to level out toward the parking area miles away. It remained at the edge of awareness, neither approaching nor leaving. At some point, I stopped noticing the individual sounds of the forest. Everything blended into a continuous backdrop, and the only thing that stood out was that persistent sense of being accompanied. I don't remember deciding to stop. I just remember standing still on the trail, breathing hard, the camera still in my hands. The presence behind me settled as I did, not closing in, not retreating, waiting. I didn't turn around. I lifted the camera one last time, pointing it back down the trail without looking directly. I pressed the shutter. The click was swallowed by the forest. I lowered the camera slowly, my hand steadier now in a way that felt detached. I knew with a certainty I couldn't explain that if I turned around and tried to see it with my eyes, I wouldn't understand what I was looking at. I stood there for a long moment, then lowered the camera completely and let it hang at my side. The trail ahead led out. The trail behind held whatever had followed me. I took a step forward. The presence didn't follow. I walked the rest of the way out without stopping, without looking back again. The feeling gradually thinning but never fully disappearing. When I reached the parking area, it was empty. The sky had gone fully dark, and the air felt colder, sharper. I loaded my gear into the car with careful, deliberate movements. I didn't review the photos there. I didn't want to. I drove away with the windows up, the forest receding into the rearview mirror, until it was just a black line against the horizon. Later, when I finally looked at the images, most of them were what I expected: trees, light fading, the overlook. But the last sequence was different. In the first of those frames, the shape was distant, barely distinguishable from the shadows. In the next, it was closer, more defined in its absence of detail. In the final image, it filled more of the frame than it should have, its edges smeared as if it had moved during the exposure. Though there was no clear direction to that movement, there was no sign of a path it had taken, no disturbance in the trees, no indication of how it had closed the distance, just that blurred dark presence where nothing should have been. I never went back to that trail. The camera was recovered later, found near the edge of that overlook, positioned as if it had been set down carefully. There were no signs of a fall, no marks suggesting a struggle, just the tripod impressions in the dirt, the faint outline of where my boots had been, and the forest beyond, unchanged. They told me the images didn't prove anything, that shadows can behave strangely in low light, that the human eye and camera both can misinterpret depth and motion. I agreed with them when they said it. But sometimes when the light drops in a certain way, and the room around me goes still, I feel that same shift in space, that same quiet compression, and I remember how it looked in the frame closer each time, without crossing the distance in any way I could see. I remember how it stopped when I stopped, and how it stayed when I moved away, and I can't shake the sense that whatever it was didn't lose me when I left the trail, just chose not to follow any farther. The light was already thinning when he stepped over the ridge, the kind of late afternoon glare that flattens everything into copper and shadow. And I remember thinking how quickly the temperature would drop once the sun slipped behind the mesas. We had been moving along a broken line of basalt and scrub for most of the day, picking our way through a high desert stretch that looked empty until you spent enough time in it to notice the small signs. Tracks pressed into dust, bent stems, a patch of ground disturbed just enough to mean something had passed through recently. He was the one who noticed those things first. Always. That was his reputation, the reason we'd invited him along. He'd been hunting longer than any of us had been driving. When he said he was going to check over the next ridge, it didn't register as anything unusual. It was what he always did. He'd pause, scan the slope ahead, tilt his head slightly as if listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear, then move off at an angle that made sense only after you followed him and saw what he'd seen. This time, we didn't follow. I stayed back with Carter near a low outcrop where we'd dropped our packs. The plan was simple. He'd take a quick look, maybe circle the far side of the ridge, and come back with a better read on where the animals were moving. We had maybe an hour of workable light left, enough time to reposition, not enough to waste. He crested the ridge without looking back. I remember the way his silhouette broke against the sky for a second, then disappeared. We waited. At first, it was just the usual kind of waiting you do in the field. You check your gear again, even though you already checked it. You scan the horizon. You listen. The wind moved in slow, uneven breaths across the rocks, carrying the dry scent of dust and something faintly metallic. 5 minutes passed, maybe 10. Carter shifted his weight and glanced up at the ridge. "He's taking his time," he said, more observation than concern. I nodded. That was still normal. We gave him another 10 minutes before I called out. Not loudly, just enough to carry over the ridge if he was on the other side. His name went out flat into the open air, and didn't come back with anything attached to it. No answer. We waited a little longer, then I climbed up. The slope wasn't steep, but it was uneven. Loose stones sliding underfoot. When I reached the top, I expected to see him somewhere below, maybe crouched, maybe moving along the opposite side. Instead, there was just more of the same terrain stretching out in shallow waves of rock and scrub. I stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust to the distance, picking out shapes and shadows, trying to find something that resolved into a person. Nothing did. I called again, louder this time. The sound carried farther, but it still came back empty. Carter joined me a minute later, breathing a little heavier from the climb. He scanned the area the same way I had, slower, more deliberate. "He can't be far," he said. That was the last time either of us spoke about it like it was a simple problem. We split up, but only by a short distance, moving along the ridgeline in opposite directions, keeping each other in sight. The ground showed no clear tracks. The surface was too hard in places, too broken in others. If he'd passed through, he hadn't left anything obvious behind. I dropped down the far side and walked a shallow arc, checking behind boulders, peering into the narrow cuts where erosion had carved small channels into the earth. Each place looked like it could hide something, but none of them did. No movement, no sound that didn't belong to the wind. I kept expecting something to break the pattern. A cough, a footstep, the scrape of a boot against rock, something small and human that would snap everything back into place. It never came. By the time the sun touched the horizon, we were calling his name without any restraint, voices carrying across the open ground in long, uneven bursts. The light shifted quickly after that, colors draining out of the landscape until everything turned the same dull shade of gray. We regrouped at the packs as the temperature dropped. He wouldn't just keep going, Carter said, but there was less certainty in it now. No, I said, he wouldn't. We stayed until we couldn't see well enough to move safely, then marked the spot as best we could and headed back to the truck. The drive out felt longer than it had that morning. The road twisted through low rises and shallow dips, the headlights catching pieces of the terrain and then letting them go again. We contacted the others as soon as we had a signal. Search teams went out at first light. I was there for the first 3 days. We covered the ridge, then expanded outward in widening patterns, grid by grid. More people joined, experienced trackers, volunteers, even a small team with dogs. They worked methodically, checking every depression, every cluster of rocks, every place where someone could fall or get turned around. They found nothing. No disturbed ground, no dropped gear, no sign of a struggle, no indication that he'd been injured or taken by an animal. There were no tracks leading away from the ridge that could be clearly tied to him. It was as if he had walked up to that line of rock and then ceased to exist on the other side. By the end of the first week, the tone shifted. The conversations got quieter, more cautious. People started to talk about the terrain in terms of what it could conceal over time, rather than what it revealed immediately. I stayed longer than most, helping where I could, retracing the same areas until they felt burned into my memory. I wanted to find the one detail we'd missed, the one piece that would make the rest of it make sense. There wasn't one. Eventually the search scaled back. Official efforts ended. A few of us went back out on our own over the following months, then less frequently as time passed. The ridge stayed the same. 10 years is a long time for anything in the open to remain unchanged, but that stretch of desert has a way of holding on to its shape. The rocks don't move much. The ground doesn't soften. Things weather, they fade, but they don't disappear easily unless something carries them away. I hadn't planned to go back. It wasn't something I avoided on purpose. Life just moved in other directions. Different work, different places. The memory of that day settled into something quieter, less sharp but never fully gone. It came back all at once when Carter called. He'd been out there again, not for the same reason, just passing through with someone else. He said they'd found something. He didn't explain much over the phone. He didn't need to. I knew. We met at the edge of the same area the next morning. The road hadn't changed. The landmarks were still where I remembered them, though smaller somehow, as if distance had compressed them. We hiked in without talking much. The path wasn't marked, but it didn't need to be. I could feel the direction in my body, the way you remember a place, not just with your eyes, but with the rhythm of how you move through it. The ridge came into view, rising out of the ground exactly as it had that day. Carter slowed as we approached the top. "It's just over," he said, gesturing ahead. We climbed the last stretch together. On the other side, about 30 yards down the slope, there was a tree. I don't remember that tree being there before. It wasn't large, just a stunted, twisted thing that had found enough purchase in the rock to grow. Maybe it had been there and I'd never noticed. Maybe it had grown in the years since. And out there, time works differently on everything. Leaning against the trunk, angled slightly as if it had been placed there with care, was his rifle. I recognized it immediately. The stock was worn smooth in the places where his hands had held it over the years. The metal had dulled. A thin layer of dust settled into the seams, but it was intact. No damage, no sign of having been dropped or dragged. It looked like it had been set down and left. I stood there for a long time without moving closer. The space around the tree was bare in the same way the rest of the terrain was bare. No disturbed soil, no scattered debris, no bones. Nothing that suggested what had happened after he reached that spot. Carter walked down first. He circled the tree slowly, scanning the ground, then looked back at me with an expression I'd seen once before, years ago on that same ridge. I joined him. Up close, the rifle felt heavier than I remembered when I finally touched it, not physically, but in the way it carried everything that had led up to that moment. There were no markings on it that hadn't been there before, no new scratches, no signs of recent use. It had simply been there, exposed to the elements, waiting to be found. I looked out across the landscape from that point, trying to reconstruct the path he might have taken after leaving us. The angle of his approach, the line of sight he would have had, the reason he would have come to this exact spot. It didn't resolve into anything clear. He had walked over the ridge to check the ground ahead. He had reached this tree, he had placed his rifle here, and then there was nothing after that. No continuation, no trace. We searched the immediate area again, just the two of us this time, moving in tight circles around the tree, expanding outward a few yards at a time. It felt like repeating a motion from a dream, something familiar but stripped of its purpose. The result was the same, nothing. We left the rifle where it was for a while, neither of us wanting to disturb the only piece of him that had reappeared. Eventually we wrapped it and carried it back with us. It felt wrong to leave it there again, as if it might vanish a second time if we did. As we climbed back over the ridge, I stopped at the top and looked out across the place where we had last seen him whole. The light was the same as it had been that afternoon, low and flattening, turning everything into long shadows and hard edges. The wind moved through the rocks with the same slow, uneven rhythm. From that vantage point, the distance to the tree was short. Close enough that a person could walk it in under a minute. Close enough that we should have seen him if he had lingered there. Close enough that whatever had taken him from that spot had done it without a sound, without a mark, without leaving anything behind but a single, weathered line of metal and wood leaning against a tree that may or may not have been there before. I grew up on that trail, which is why it took me longer than it should have to accept that something had gone wrong. It starts the same way every time I replay it. Clear morning, the kind that makes the pine needles smell sharp and clean. Sunlight cutting through the trees in narrow beams. I remember thinking it would be an easy day. He'd done that loop more times than I could count. We both had. It wasn't a place you got lost. His name was Eric. He was the kind of guy who never carried more than he needed. Light pack, steady pace, always back before noon. If anything, he was too confident out there. But it was earned confidence. He knew every bend, every fallen log, every stretch where the trail narrowed and dipped. He left just after sunrise. I didn't go with him that morning. I had work, something routine, something I can't even remember now. I only remember watching him from the driveway, adjusting the straps on his backpack, giving me a quick nod like he always did. No drama, no sense that anything unusual was about to happen. By mid-afternoon, his phone was going straight to voicemail. At first, I assumed he'd taken a longer route. Maybe he decided to push past the usual turnaround point. It happens. You lose track of time out there. But by early evening, something didn't sit right. Eric didn't lose track of time. Not like that. I drove out to the trailhead as the light started to fade. His truck was still there, parked exactly where he always left it, backed into the same spot near the edge of the lot. No signs of anything off. No broken glass. No other vehicles I didn't recognize. I told myself I was overreacting. Still, I grabbed a flashlight and headed in. The trail felt different immediately, though I couldn't say why. It was quiet, but not in a peaceful way. More like everything had pulled back just enough to make space for something else. I walked faster than I should have, calling his name once, maybe twice, then stopping, because it felt pointless. Sound doesn't carry far in that forest, and Eric wasn't the kind of guy who'd get turned around within earshot of the main path. About a mile in, I saw his backpack. It was sitting on a fallen log just off the center of the trail, like someone had placed it there carefully. Not dropped, not tossed aside, set down. I remember stopping so abruptly my foot slid in the dirt. The beam of my flashlight hit the bag and stayed there, like if I moved it something would change. I knew it was his, before I got close. Same worn straps, same faded patch he'd sewn onto the side years ago. It looked normal, too normal. I called his name again, louder this time. Nothing came back but the dull echo of my own voice. When I reached the log, I didn't touch the bag right away. I walked around it first, scanning the ground, the trees, the underbrush, looking for anything that would make sense of it. There was nothing. No scuff marks, no broken branches, no disturbed leaves beyond what the trail already showed. The dirt was soft enough that it should have held something, footprints, drag marks, anything, but it looked undisturbed, except for the faint impressions of the path itself. I finally unzipped the backpack. Everything was inside. Water bottle, half full, a small first aid kit, his jacket, rolled tight. Even his keys were in there, which made no sense at all. Eric never left his keys behind, even on short hikes. I remember thinking, this is wrong in a very specific way. I stayed there until it got too dark to ignore. I didn't wander off the trail. I didn't search deeper. Something about the way the bag was sitting there made it feel like leaving that exact spot would make things worse. I went back to the truck and called it in. The search started early the next morning. Volunteers, local teams, eventually more organized crews. They combed the area in widening circles, starting from where I'd found the bag. I stayed close at first, answering questions, repeating the same details over and over. When was the last time I saw him? What was he wearing? Did he seem off in any way? No. He seemed like himself. That was the problem. They focused on the ground around the log for a long time. I watched them study it, kneel down, point at patches of dirt, compare impressions. They expected to find a direction, some sign of where he'd gone after setting the bag down. There wasn't one. Not a single clear track leading away from that spot. One of the searchers explained it to me later, carefully, like he didn't want to sound ridiculous. He said the trail held footprints fine. They could see where other hikers had passed earlier. Faint, but there. Even their own tracks were easy to follow, but around the log, it just stopped. Eric's approach to the log was visible. The direction he came from, the spacing of his steps, even the slight shift where he'd stepped around a root. It all led right up to where the backpack sat, and then nothing. No continuation. No side path. No indication he'd stepped off the trail at all. It didn't make sense in a way that was hard to explain to people who hadn't seen it. They expanded the search anyway, Dogs, drones, grid patterns through the forest. They checked nearby slopes, ravines, even the creek that ran about half a mile off the main path. Nothing. Days passed, then weeks. His family came out, of course. I remember his mother standing at the trailhead, staring into the trees like she was trying to force them to give him back. His father walked sections of the trail over and over, slower each time, like he might notice something everyone else had missed. I walked it too. Not every day, but often enough that it became a routine I didn't talk about. Every time I stopped at that log, the backpack had been taken in as evidence, but I could still see the outline in my mind, the exact spot where it had rested. The way the light had hit it that first night, I started noticing small things, not clues, not evidence, just details that didn't sit right. The way the air felt slightly cooler around that section of the trail, even on warmer days. The way sound seemed to drop off for a few seconds when I stepped into that area, like the forest was holding its breath. I told myself it was in my head. It had to be. One afternoon, maybe a month after he disappeared, I decided to stand there longer than usual. No flashlight this time, just daylight filtering through the trees. I stepped off the trail, just a little, testing the ground where there should have been something. My own footprints showed up immediately, clear impressions in the dirt. I stepped back onto the trail and looked down. My tracks were obvious, leading away from where I had stood off to the side. There was no question about direction, no ambiguity. I turned slowly, scanning the area again. For a moment, I had this strange sense that I was looking at a place that didn't fully belong to the rest of the forest, like a patch that had been laid over it, almost perfectly aligned but not quite. It passed as quickly as it came. I laughed it off, quietly, because the alternative was harder to deal with. The official search ended not long after that. They called it what they always call it when there's nothing else to go on. Missing, presumed lost. No evidence of foul play. People stopped coming out as often. The trail went back to being what it had always been, at least on the surface. Hikers passed through unaware of what had happened there, or maybe they knew and chose not to think about it. I couldn't do that. I kept going back, not every day, not even every week, but enough that it stayed fresh, enough that I could compare how it felt from one visit to the next. Sometimes it felt normal, just a stretch of trail like any other. Other times it didn't. There were moments where I'd step into that section and feel a subtle pressure in my ears, like the change you get with altitude, even though there was no real elevation shift there. Once I thought I heard movement just off the trail. Not footsteps exactly, more like something shifting its weight slowly, just out of sight. When I turned to look, there was nothing. I stopped calling his name after a while. It didn't feel right anymore. The last time I went out there, the weather was almost identical to the day he disappeared. Clear sky, cool air, that same sharp scent of pine. I wasn't planning to stay long, just a quick walk in, a pause at the log, and then back. When I reached the spot, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. There was a faint indentation on the log itself. Not new exactly, but more noticeable than I remembered. Like something had been resting there repeatedly, in the same place. I ran my hand over it, feeling the slight dip in the wood. For a second, I had this very clear, very specific thought. This is where he put it down, not just that day, every time. It made no sense. He didn't always stop there. Sometimes we walked straight through without breaking stride. I stepped back and looked at the trail, and then I saw it. It wasn't obvious at first, just a subtle misalignment in the way the path seemed to continue past the log, like the line of it didn't quite match up if you stared too long. I took a few steps forward, past where the backpack had been found. Everything looked normal. I turned around and looked back. For a brief moment, the section of trail behind me seemed farther away than it should have been. Not by much, just enough to make my stomach drop. I blinked, and it snapped back to normal. I stood there, not moving, trying to decide if I'd actually seen that or if my mind was filling in gaps that weren't there. The forest was completely still. No wind, no birds, just that quiet pressing in from all sides. I took one step back toward the log, then another. The feeling eased slightly as I returned to the exact spot where the backpack had been. I didn't test it again. I didn't step past that point a second time. I left the trail immediately after that, moving faster than I had in months, not stopping until I reached the parking lot. I haven't been back since. People still ask sometimes, mostly out of curiosity, not expectation. They want to know what I think happened, if I believe he got lost or injured, or if there's some explanation we just haven't found yet. I tell them the same thing every time. He made it to that log. I know that much. He set his backpack down, and then somehow he didn't leave the way he came. I can still picture the trail exactly as it looked that morning. The light, the trees, the path stretching ahead like it always had. What I can't picture is where it goes after that point, because as far as I can tell for him, it didn't go anywhere at all. I remember the exact angle of the sunlight when they vanished, the way it cut through the trees and turned the dust in the air into something almost visible, like threads drifting between branches. I had been watching that light while spreading the blanket, noticing how it shifted whenever the wind touched the leaves, and I can still see the shape of it now, as clearly as I saw my wife kneeling beside the cooler, brushing dirt from her hands, the kids circling her with the restless energy they always had when we took them somewhere new. We'd chosen the spot because it felt open and safe. The picnic area sat along a bend in the mountain road, bordered by low wooden rails and a wide clearing that sloped gently toward a line of pines. Beyond the trees, the ground dropped away into thicker forest, but from where we were, everything felt contained, like a place meant for families. There were other cars in the lot when we arrived, a couple of hikers, a group setting up farther down, the ordinary signs that told you nothing unusual could happen here. The kids ran immediately, chasing each other in wide looping paths that never strayed far from the blanket. My wife watched them with that steady, half-smiling focus she always had, the kind that made me feel like nothing could slip past her. She had a way of keeping track of both of them at once, without seeming to try. I remember thinking I should grab the extra drinks from the car before we sat down. It was a small thing, the kind of decision you don't even register as important. I told her I'd be right back, gestured toward the parking area just up the gravel path. She nodded, already reaching to pull the sandwiches from the bag. The path wasn't long. I could still hear the kids laughing as I walked away, their voices rising and falling in the open air. I remember that clearly because I paused halfway, listening to them, thinking how good it felt to be out there together. At the car, I fumbled with the trunk longer than I should have. The latch stuck for a second and I had to press it twice. I grabbed the drinks, shifted them under my arm, and closed the trunk with my hip. It couldn't have been more than a minute or two. On the way back, the sound was gone. It wasn't sudden silence. Not exactly. There were still birds, wind, the distant hum of a car passing somewhere down the road, but the voices that had filled the clearing were just not there. I remember noticing it without reacting at first, the way you notice when music stops in the background. It didn't register as wrong until I stepped past the last tree and saw the blanket. It was exactly as I'd left it. The cooler was open, one sandwich half unwrapped. My wife's jacket lay folded near the edge. One of the kids' shoes sat tipped on its side, like it had been kicked off mid-step, but there was no one there. I set the drinks down without thinking and called out, expecting an answer from behind a tree or from the slope beyond the clearing. The names came out louder than I intended, sharp in the open space. I waited, listening for movement, for laughter, for anything that would turn it into a game. Nothing answered. I walked the perimeter first, quick at first, then faster, scanning the ground, the trees, the spaces between them. I checked behind the picnic tables, behind the low rails, down the first few feet of the slope. I called again, louder, my voice breaking in a way I didn't recognize. There were no signs of a struggle, no overturned cooler, no torn fabric, no drag marks. The dirt around the blanket was undisturbed except for the prints we'd already made. I ran back toward the parking area, thinking maybe they'd gone to the restroom without telling me. Maybe I'd missed them on the path. The lot looked the same as before. A couple was unloading gear from their car. A man leaned against a truck, scrolling through his phone. I asked them if they'd seen a woman with 2 small children pass by. They looked at me with that polite confusion people have when they don't understand the urgency yet. One of them said no. The others shook their heads. I ran back. By then, the fear had settled in fully, heavy and immediate. I moved past the clearing and into the trees, pushing through branches, calling until my throat hurt. The ground dipped sharply beyond the first line of pines, the undergrowth thickening, the light thinning into scattered patches. I expected to find them just out of sight, maybe chasing something, maybe hiding, maybe confused. I expected to hear a cry or see movement. There was nothing. I don't remember how long I searched before someone else noticed. Time broke apart into fragments, each one filled with the same motion, the same calling, the same growing certainty that something had gone wrong in a way I couldn't fix. Eventually, other people joined in. The hikers from farther down, the couple from the lot, a ranger who had been driving past and stopped when he saw the commotion. The questions came, fast and overlapping. When had I last seen them? How long had I been gone? Which direction they might have gone? I answered as best I could, but the answers felt unreal even as I said them. A minute, maybe 2. They were right there. By the time the official search began, the clearing had changed. Vehicles lined the road. People moved in coordinated lines through the trees. Voices called out in patterns instead of panic. Dogs were brought in, their handlers guiding them carefully around the blanket, letting them pick up scent. I watched one of the dogs circle the spot where my wife had been kneeling. It lowered its head, moved in a tight loop, then another. Its handler encouraged it gently, guiding it outward. The dog stopped. It stood still for a moment, then turned in a slow, uncertain circle, as if the trail had simply ended beneath its feet. The handler tried again, repositioning, giving commands, but the dog's movements grew hesitant, confused. I saw the same thing happen with another dog later, and another. They expanded the search outward in widening rings, covering the clearing, the slope, the deeper forest beyond. Helicopters passed overhead, their sound echoing off the mountains. Volunteers arrived in groups, combing through brush and along the trails. I stayed near the edge of the clearing, answering questions when they came, repeating the same sequence over and over. Each time I said it, it sounded less possible. A minute, maybe 2. They were right there. Night came, and the search didn't stop. Lights moved through the trees, beams cutting through darkness, voices lower but constant. I remember standing there, unable to leave, unable to sit, watching the place where the blanket had been until someone finally moved it aside. They found nothing that night, or the next day, or the day after that. The search grew larger before it began to shrink. Hundreds of people moved through that area in the first days, covering ground I hadn't even seen. They brought in more dogs, more equipment, more people who knew how to read the land. There were no tracks leading away from the clearing that didn't already belong to us, or the search teams. No signs of someone approaching or leaving. No dropped items, no torn fabric, nothing that suggested direction. It was as if they had stepped out of the space entirely. Law enforcement asked questions I couldn't answer. They reconstructed timelines, measured distances, tested possibilities. Could they have wandered off without me noticing? Could someone have taken them? Could they have hidden? Each explanation broke against the same facts. The time was too short, the space too open, the absence too complete. Days turned into weeks. The search scaled back, then ended. The clearing returned to what it had been before, or as close as it could. The blanket was gone. The people were gone. The place looked ordinary again. I kept going back. At first, I told myself it was to help, in case something had been missed. Later, I stopped explaining it. I would stand near where we had sat, looking at the same line of trees, the same slope beyond, trying to see what I hadn't seen. I tried to reconstruct it, step by step, where the kids had been running, where my wife had been kneeling. the direction they might have moved if they'd all gone together. There was no version that made sense. Years passed in a way that didn't feel like years. The investigation never fully closed, but it quieted. Fewer calls, fewer questions. The absence became something people learned to speak around. Then they found her. It was in a remote area miles from the picnic site, deeper into the mountains than I had ever gone. A hiker came across something partially exposed near a dry wash, something that didn't belong. They called me before they confirmed it, but I knew. There are things you recognize before anyone says them out loud. The location didn't fit any path we had considered. It wasn't along a trail, wasn't near a road, wasn't in a place someone would easily wander into with two small children. It was the kind of place you reached only if you were going there on purpose, or if you were carried. They told me what they could and what they couldn't. Time had taken most of the details. There were no clear signs of how she had died. No indication of what had happened in the hours or days after she disappeared. There was nothing of the children. The search resumed, focused on the surrounding area where she had been found. They expanded outward again, retracing ground that had never been part of the original search. They looked for any sign, any trace, any object that might connect her to them. They found nothing. I went there once, to the place where she had been discovered. It didn't look like anything significant, just another stretch of rough ground, scattered rocks, thin brush, the kind of place you wouldn't notice if you passed it. I stood there for a long time, trying to imagine how she had ended up there, whether she had been alone, whether she had called out, whether the children had been with her at any point beyond that clearing. There was no answer in the landscape, no sign that anything had ever happened there. What stayed with me wasn't the distance or the impossibility of the path. It was the same absence I had felt that first afternoon, the same sense that something had been removed without leaving a trace. Even now, when I think back to that moment returning from the car, I don't remember a transition. There was no sound fading, no movement catching my eye, no sign of change. One step I could hear them, the next step I couldn't. I've gone over it more times than I can count, but there's always that same gap, that same blank space where something should be. I can account for everything up to it and everything after, but not the moment itself. The clearing still exists. People still stop there, still spread blankets, still let their kids run in the open space under the trees. If you stand in the right spot in the afternoon, the sunlight still falls the same way, cutting through the air in visible lines. Sometimes I imagine someone else stepping away for a minute, turning back to find that same silence waiting for them. I don't stay long when I go there now. I stand at the edge, look at the place where it happened, and then I leave before the light starts to shift, because I know exactly how little time it takes for everything to be there. 1 second and gone the next. The morning I lost my father began with the sound of ice cracking along the lake's edge, a dry, brittle noise that carried farther than it should have in the thin air. We had camped above the tray line, where the ground hardened overnight, and every step before sunrise felt like walking over glass. I remember watching him check the chamber of his rifle with the same steady hands I had known my entire life, the motion practiced and unhurried, like it was part of his breathing. He had hunted that basin for decades. He knew the ridges, the wind shifts, the way sound bounced off the slopes and came back warped. If anyone belonged there, it was him. We split up just after first light. The plan was simple. He would circle along the western slope where the timber thickened near the drainage, and my brother and I would take the higher ground to push anything down toward him. We had done variations of it before. He nodded once, adjusted the strap on his pack, and stepped off into the trees without looking back. I remember thinking how small he looked once the trunk swallowed him, even though he was the one who had always seemed unmovable to me. For the first hour, everything felt right. The air was still, our boots sank lightly into a thin crust of snow, and the sky held that pale, colorless blue that comes before a storm you can't yet see. My brother kept a steady pace ahead of me, and we moved in a wide arc, careful not to rush the terrain. Then the wind shifted. It came down the slope in a single long push, carrying a dry hiss with it, like sand dragged across stone. I stopped and looked back toward the lake. The horizon had thickened into a gray wall, low and fast moving. We hadn't expected weather until late afternoon. I raised my hand, and my brother paused. We both knew what it meant without speaking. We needed to tighten the loop and get back toward the meeting point sooner than planned. We moved faster after that, cutting across the slope instead of following the contour. The trees thinned, then opened into a patch of exposed rock where the snow had blown clear. From there, I could see the drainage where my father should have been. There was no movement. I told myself he was already below us, out of sight, maybe tracking something along the creek bed. He had a way of slipping through terrain like that, quiet and deliberate, never where you expected him until he wanted to be. We reached the edge of the drop and started down. The storm hit before we made it halfway. It didn't build gradually. One moment the air was just cold and moving, and the next it was full of white, driven sideways so hard it stung the skin through layers. Visibility collapsed to a few yards. The ground disappeared in shifting patterns of blown snow, and the landmarks we relied on flattened into nothing. I shouted my father's name once, just to cut through the noise, but the wind took it and shredded it before it traveled any distance. We kept descending, slower now, careful with each step. The slope steepened near the bottom, and the snow gathered deeper there, hiding rocks and fallen branches. My brother slipped once and caught himself on a dead limb that snapped under his weight with a sharp crack that echoed strangely in the storm. When we reached the drainage, we stopped. That was where we were supposed to meet him. The creek was partially frozen, dark water threading through broken sheets of ice. Snow piled along the banks, already filling in the tracks we had expected to find. There was no sign of him, no fresh disturbance, no sound except the wind pushing through the trees and the faint uneven trickle of water beneath the ice. We waited. Time stretched in a way that made it hard to measure. The storm thickened, pressing everything inward. My gloves stiffened with cold, and I flexed my fingers to keep them from locking. My brother paced a short line, back and forth, scanning the trees as if our father might step out at any moment. He didn't. We tried to follow what little sign we could find, moving along the creek in both directions, searching for tracks, broken branches, anything that suggested a path. But the snow erased everything as it fell. Within minutes, whatever had been there was gone. At some point, we understood that we weren't going to find him on our own. Getting back to camp became the priority. The climb out of the drainage felt longer than it should have. The wind pushed against us and the snow deepened with every step, filling the spaces between rocks, smoothing the ground into a deceptive surface that hid every hazard. I focused on my brother's back, on the rhythm of his movement, on the simple act of putting one foot in front of the other. By the time we reached camp, the storm had swallowed the lake entirely. We sheltered in the tent, listening to the fabric snap and strain. Neither of us said much. There wasn't anything to say that wouldn't make it real too soon. When the storm didn't break by afternoon, we made the call. The radio barely held a signal, but it was enough. We relayed what we could: location, time, last point of contact. The response came back fragmented but clear enough. They would send a team when conditions allowed. That night stretched longer than any I can remember. The storm intensified after dark, the wind rising to a steady howl that pressed against the tent like a living thing. Snow accumulated so fast we had to take turns clearing it from the sides to keep the structure from collapsing. Every time I stepped outside, the world was reduced to a swirling white void, the beam of my headlamp reflecting back at me in 1,000 tiny flashes. I kept expecting to see him walking out of that, steady as always, annoyed more than anything, as if the storm were just an inconvenience he had decided to ignore. He never came. The search began the next day. Once the wind eased enough for people to move safely, sheriff's deputies, volunteers, men who knew the mountains as well as anyone could, they spread out across the basin, working methodically, grid by grid, calling his name, probing the snow where it drifted deepest. I joined them. We covered the drainage first, then the slopes above and below. We checked the timber, the ridgelines, the areas where a misstep could lead to a fall. They brought in dogs when conditions allowed. Though the storm had already erased most of what scent might have remained, days passed. The weather shifted between clear and brutal, each new snowfall resetting the search in subtle ways. We expanded the area, moving beyond where we believed he could have reasonably traveled. Just in case, there were no signs, no tracks, no disturbed snow, no broken branches that didn't match the natural pattern of wind and weight. It was as if he had stepped out of the world between one moment and the next. After a week, the search scaled back. People returned to their lives. The deputies left contact information, assured us they would follow up on any new information, but there was a finality in the way they packed their equipment that I couldn't ignore. We stayed longer than most would have. My brother and I kept going out each day, retracing the same ground, expanding in small increments, refusing to accept that there was nothing to find. We marked trees, took notes, tried to impose some kind of order on a situation that offered none. Eventually, we had to leave. Winter settled in fully after that. The high country closed off, roads buried under snow, access limited to those with the right equipment and the willingness to risk it. We checked in with the sheriff's office periodically, but there were no updates. Months passed. It was late spring when we returned. The snow had receded enough to expose the ground in patches, revealing the terrain as it truly was beneath the uniform cover we had searched before. The lake had thawed along the edges, dark water reflecting a sky that looked too calm for what had happened there. We went back to the drainage first. Without the snow, the area felt smaller, more contained. The creek ran higher with meltwater, cutting a clearer path through the rocks. We moved slowly, scanning everything, looking for anything we might have missed. It was my brother who found it. He called out once, sharp and controlled, and I moved toward him. He stood near a cluster of trees just off the creek, his posture rigid in a way I hadn't seen before. At the base of one of the trees, on a patch of bare ground, lay my father's rifle. It was clean, not just free of dirt or debris, but placed in a way that suggested intention. The strap was laid flat, not twisted. The barrel pointed slightly away from the tree, as if set down carefully rather than dropped. Next to it, folded with the same care, were his outer layers. Jacket, gloves, hat. I remember noticing how dry everything looked, how untouched by the elements it seemed. Despite months of exposure, there were no footprints around it. The ground, soft with thaw, showed impressions from our own steps, but nothing else. No sign of disturbance leading to or from the tree. No marks in the soil that suggested movement or struggle. We searched the immediate area first, widening out in circles. Nothing. No bones. No scraps of fabric. No sign that anything had been there except for the items themselves. We contacted the sheriff's office again. They returned with a smaller team, documented everything, took the rifle and clothing as evidence. They searched the area once more thoroughly than we had, using tools we didn't have access to. The result was the same. Absence. Absence. Absence now Klein. I stood there for a long time after they left, looking at the patch of ground where his things had been. The tree above it was unremarkable, just another trunk among many, its bark rough and gray, its branches thin and reaching. I tried to fit it into something that made sense, an injury that forced him to stop, a decision to shed weight, to move faster, an attempt to signal for help, but none of it aligned with the man I knew, or with the condition of what we found. He was experienced, careful. He understood risk in a way that came from years of navigating places like that. He wouldn't have left his rifle. He wouldn't have removed his clothing in that environment. Not unless something had happened that I still can't define. The sheriff suggested possibilities: disorientation, hypothermia, an accident that led him away from where we expected, explanations that fit patterns they had seen before, grounded in what could be proven. I listened. I nodded. But I kept seeing the way the rifle had been placed, the way the clothing had been folded, the absence of any trace beyond that small, deliberate arrangement. We took nothing from the site ourselves. It didn't feel right. In the weeks that followed, we returned a few more times, each visit shorter than the last. The place changed as the season advanced. Grass pushed through the thawed ground. The creek settled into a quieter flow. The signs of winter disappeared, replaced by a landscape that looked indifferent to what had occurred there. Eventually, we stopped going back. People asked questions for a while, then they stopped. There was no conclusion to offer, no clear line between what we knew and what we could only guess at. The official record lists him as missing, presumed lost to the elements. It's a clean way to close something that isn't clean at all. I still think about that morning sometimes. The sound of the ice, the way he moved into the trees without hesitation, the confidence that came from familiarity, from years of doing the same thing in the same place. And I think about that tree, months later, standing over a patch of ground where everything he needed to survive had been set down as if it no longer mattered, with nothing else left behind to explain why. I noticed the wind first, not because it was strong, but because it shifted without warning, sliding across the ridge like something testing the edges of the day. I had planned to meet Daniel at the trailhead by late afternoon. He liked to text when he reached the summit, a habit I used to tease him about, proof of life he'd call it, half joking. When my phone stayed silent past the time he should have already been heading down, I told myself it was nothing. Reception was unreliable up there. He probably lingered, taking notes, or got distracted by the view. Daniel was a mathematics professor, but the mountains were his real language. He carried a small guidebook on every hike, the margins dense with his handwriting, angles of slopes, estimates of elevation gain, little calculations I never fully understood. He liked to reduce landscapes to patterns. He trusted patterns. That morning had been clear, unseasonably warm for the time of year. I remember standing in the kitchen doorway as he checked the weather one last time, sunlight catching the edge of his glasses. He packed light. Too light, I'd said. He waved it off. It's a day hike, he told me in that calm, certain way of his. Back before dark. By the time I drove up the access road, the sky had begun to dull, a thin gray wash creeping over the blue. His car was still there, parked neatly between two trucks, dusted with old snow. I felt a tightness settle in my chest when I saw it, something immediate and physical, like stepping into colder air than expected. Inside the car, everything looked ordinary. His jacket lay folded on the passenger seat. The guidebook sat open in the center console, a pen tucked into its spine. I flipped through it without thinking, scanning the pages until I found the one marked for that trail. There were his notes, elevations, times, a rough sketch of the summit ridge. Nothing unusual, nothing that explained why he wasn't already back. I called his name once, out of habit more than hope, and the sound disappeared into the trees. Two hikers approached from the trail while I was still standing there. They moved with that tired, satisfied rhythm of people who had already completed their day. One of them recognized the description when I mentioned Daniel. A tall man, early 40s, dark jacket, carrying a small pack. They had seen him at the summit. They didn't say it dramatically, just a simple confirmation, offered between sips of water and adjustments of gear. He'd been alone, standing near the edge, not too close but not sitting either. One of them mentioned that he seemed unsettled. Not distressed exactly, just unable to stay still. Walking a few steps, stopping, looking back down the trail, then out again toward the distant peaks. I asked if he had said anything. They shook their heads. He hadn't engaged, just nodded when they passed. One of them added, almost as an afterthought, that he kept checking his watch, though there was no reason to rush on a day like that. I thanked them, and they moved on, their voices fading quickly. I stood there for a long time after they left, staring up the trail as if I might see him descending, apologizing for the delay. The sky had grown heavier, the light flattening. A cold edge crept into the air. I started up the trail just before the first flakes fell. The path was well marked at first, a gradual ascent through sparse trees and exposed rock. Daniel had walked this route before. He knew it better than I did. I tried to follow his logic, imagining where he would have paused, what he would have noticed. I kept expecting to find some sign. A dropped glove, a footprint that looked fresher than the rest. About halfway up, the trail split at a junction I didn't remember. One path continued along the ridge. The other dipped slightly into a narrow drainage. A small wooden sign stood there, its lettering worn but still legible. I hesitated, pulling out my phone to check the map. But the signal had already dropped to nothing. I chose the ridge path. It seemed more direct. The wind picked up as I climbed higher, carrying the snow in thin, slanting lines. It wasn't heavy yet, but it was enough to blur the edges of the landscape. The mountains across the valley began to fade, their outlines dissolving into the gray. I reached the summit later than I expected. It was smaller than I remembered, a flattened area of rock with a sharp drop on one side. The view, even through the shifting weather, was wide and empty. I scanned the area quickly, then more slowly, looking for any sign of him. There was nothing. No footprints distinct enough to follow. No dropped items. Just the wind moving across the stone, and the quiet that comes when the world feels briefly suspended. I tried to picture what the hikers had described. Daniel pacing, checking his watch, looking back down the trail. It didn't fit. He was patient to a fault. He didn't rush. He didn't pace. A thought pressed in, unwelcome but persistent. Maybe he had taken the other path at the junction, the one leading into the drainage. I left the summit quickly, the snow now falling more steadily. The trail back down seemed less certain than it had on the way up, the markers harder to distinguish. By the time I reached the junction again, the ground was already losing its detail under a thin white layer. I stood there, trying to decide. The drainage path sloped downward between two ridges, narrower and less exposed. It looked darker, the light failing more quickly between the walls of rock. I imagined Daniel choosing it, maybe to explore, maybe to test a shorter route, maybe because something about it had caught his attention in the guidebook. I took it. The change was immediate. The wind dropped off, but the air felt colder, heavier. The path was less defined, more a suggestion than a trail, winding between rocks and sparse patches of brush. Snow collected in uneven drifts, obscuring the ground. I moved carefully, calling his name at intervals, though the sound seemed to absorb into the space around me. It was one of those calls that led me to the first page. It lay partially buried near a cluster of rocks, the corner fluttering slightly in the faint air movement. I almost stepped past it before something about the shape caught my eye. I crouched down and brushed away the snow. It was from his guidebook. The page was torn cleanly along the spine, the edge straight and deliberate, not ripped in a panic. His handwriting covered most of it. Numbers, arrows, a small diagram of the drainage area. There were notes I recognized, ones he had shown me before, explaining how water carved the terrain over time. But there was something else too, a series of short lines at the bottom, written more hastily, not calculations, not diagrams, just repeated marks, like he had started to write something and stopped, over and over. I looked around, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. The snowfall thickened, softening every edge, muting every sound. The drainage seemed to stretch longer than it should have, the path ahead narrowing into a pale corridor. I found more pages as I continued, each one spaced irregularly, as if dropped or placed at intervals. Some were folded, others flattened under the accumulating snow. All of them came from the same section of the book, the one detailing this exact area. I began to understand what I was seeing, and the understanding made something in my chest tighten further. Daniel had not simply lost the pages, he had removed them. Each page marked a point along the drainage, a breadcrumb trail of his own making. But it wasn't leading back, it was leading deeper in. I followed them, though every instinct told me to turn around. The light was fading fast now, the sky fully overcast, the snow falling in dense, steady sheets. My footprints disappeared almost as soon as I made them. The world contracted to a narrow circle of visibility, everything beyond it reduced to shifting white. I found the last page near a bend where the drainage curved sharply between two rock faces. It was pressed flat against the ground, held in place by a small stone. The handwriting on it was different from the others, larger, more uneven. A single line ran across the page, underlined twice. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of the words. They weren't a calculation. They weren't a note about the terrain. They were a question. I won't write it here. Even now, it feels wrong to put it into words, as if doing so would fix it into something more real than it already is. I stood there, the snow collecting on my shoulders, my gloves damp and cold. The drainage ahead narrowed further, the rock walls closing in, the path beyond barely visible. I considered going on, just a little farther, just to see. But something about the way the pages had been placed, how deliberate it all was, how measured, made me stop. Daniel hadn't left them to guide someone else. He had left them as markers for himself, points of reference in a space that had for some reason stopped behaving the way he expected. He had been tracking something, or trying to. I turned back. The walk out was slower, harder. The snow had already covered most of the pages I had passed, erasing the path I had followed in. I had to rely on memory, on the faint shapes of rocks and the slope of the ground. More than once I had the uneasy sense that the drainage had shifted, that the turns were not where they had been before. By the time I reached the junction again, darkness had begun to settle in. Mountain rescue teams arrived that night, moving with efficiency and calm. I found both reassuring and distant. I showed them the pages I had gathered, explained where I had found them, what the hikers had told me. They listened, nodded, asked precise questions. They searched the drainage the next morning, and the next day, and the next. They found more pages, but they did not find Daniel. The official explanation settled on a wrong turn at the junction, compounded by the sudden weather shift. He had ventured into the drainage without proper gear, become disoriented as the storm intensified, and something had happened. Exposure, a fall, a misstep on unstable ground. It was a reasonable conclusion. It fit the facts we had, but it didn't explain the pages, or the way they had been placed, or the question written on the last one. His guidebook remained in his car, minus the missing section. I kept the recovered pages in a folder at home, though I rarely look at them now. When I do, I find myself tracing the lines of his handwriting, trying to reconstruct his thoughts, to follow the logic that had guided him that day. I used to believe that if I understood his reasoning, I might understand what happened. I'm not so sure anymore. Sometimes when the weather shifts suddenly, when the wind changes direction without warning, I think about the summit and the way the hikers described him. Restless, checking his watch, looking back down the trail, as if he had already realized something was wrong, as if the pattern he trusted had broken in a way he couldn't account for. And in those moments, I picture the drainage narrowing, the pages leading deeper, each one marking a point where the world stopped aligning with expectation. I imagine him standing at that last bend, the question written in his own hand, looking ahead into something that refused to resolve. And I wonder if he kept going, not because he was lost, but because he needed to know what came next. I remember the exact moment I decided to keep going, because it felt ordinary at the time, like every other small decision that doesn't seem to matter until it does. The ridge ahead looked manageable, a gentle rise of wind-packed snow broken by dark rock, and the others were slowing behind me, fussing with layers and water. I had the map in my head already, a clean line to the next marker, and the weather, thin light, steady wind felt stable enough to justify a short push alone. I am a physician by training, which means I spend most of my life weighing risk against outcome, acting when hesitation costs more than movement. Up there, the calculus felt the same. I had the experience, the conditioning, the equipment. I told myself I would go ahead, find the next safe point, and wait. I didn't think of it as separating. The mountain was high enough that sound thinned out. Even my own breathing seemed to vanish into the air, absorbed before it could echo. Snow shifted under my boots in a firm, predictable way, a rhythm I trusted. I kept my pace steady, using landmarks and angled slab, a cluster of wind-stunted trees, a shadow line that marked a dip in the terrain. There were no surprises in the first hour. My phone showed signal bars flickering in and out, enough to reassure me that I wasn't entirely cut off. I checked it once, then slipped it back into my jacket. The cold drained batteries quickly, but I had managed that before. I remember noticing the quiet more than anything, not the peaceful kind, but a layered quiet, as if the mountain held back something just beneath the surface. The wind would rise, then fall away too abruptly, leaving a pressure in my ears. It made me slow down, not out of fear, but because my body kept waiting for a sound that didn't come. By the time I reached the next rise, I stopped to look back. The group was gone from sight, hidden by the terrain. That wasn't unusual. We had spread out before. I checked my watch, marked the time, and decided to wait. Minutes passed without any movement behind me. I took out my phone again. The screen lit easily, battery still strong. I opened the messaging thread we'd been using for the trip and typed a quick update. Something simple about my position. The message hung for a moment, then failed to send. I watched the signal indicator flicker, drop, return. I tried again. Same result. That was the first time I felt a shift, a small correction in the mental model I had of the situation. Nothing dramatic, just a recalibration. I was alone, with intermittent communication, on a route that narrowed ahead into a known hazard zone, where ice falls had been reported earlier in the season. The logical response would have been to wait longer, or retrace my steps until I regained visual contact. Instead, I moved forward. I justified it with efficiency. The next safe plateau wasn't far. I could reach it quickly, establish a better vantage point, maybe regain signal. Standing still in the cold wasn't ideal. Movement kept circulation up, reduced risk. All of that was true. It was also incomplete. The terrain changed subtly as I advanced. The snow hardened, crusted over with a brittle layer that cracked underfoot. The slope steepened in a way that required more deliberate placement. Each step angled slightly to maintain grip. I adjusted my gait automatically, the way I had done countless times before. Then I noticed the first anomaly. My right boot felt looser than it should have. I stopped and looked down. The laces were still tied. The boot was secure. I shifted my weight, pressed down, tested the fit. Everything appeared normal. The sensation lingered though. A faint instability, like the ground beneath me was giving way by a fraction more than expected. I took another step. The feeling persisted. It wasn't pain, it wasn't numbness. It was a mismatch between what I expected to feel and what I actually felt. As a doctor, that kind of discrepancy stands out. It suggests either a problem with perception or with the environment. I checked the sole for ice buildup, cleared it with the edge of my other boot. I stamped down again. Solid. I continued. The wind picked up as I approached the hazard area, funneling through a narrow section between rock faces. Snow lifted in thin sheets, skimming across the surface. Visibility dropped slightly, not enough to obscure the path, but enough to flatten depth perception. I remember thinking that I should mark my position more carefully. I remember deciding not to. The slope angled upward toward a ridge, where I knew there was a relatively flat stretch. Beyond that, the terrain opened again. If I could just reach that point, I could reassess. Halfway up, the sensation in my right foot intensified. Not looseness now, but pressure, as if the boot had tightened around it. I stopped again, more abruptly this time. I knelt, brushed away the snow, and retied the laces. When I stood, the feeling had shifted to the left foot. That's when I felt the first real unease. There was no physiological reason for that kind of rapid change. No injury, no exposure that could explain it. I flexed my toes inside the boots. Movement was normal. Circulation seemed intact. The wind surged again, louder this time, carrying a low, irregular sound from somewhere ahead. Not a crack, not a slide, but something intermittent, like ice shifting under tension. I knew that sound. Icefall. I should have turned back then. Instead, I accelerated. The ridge was close. maybe a few dozen meters. I could see the top now, a clean line against the sky. If I could get over it, I'd be out of the immediate danger zone. The ground beneath me changed again, transitioning from packed snow to a thinner layer over ice. My boots lost some traction. I adjusted, shortened my stride, leaned into the slope, then my right foot slipped. It wasn't a dramatic fall, just a brief loss of grip, a slide of a few inches before I caught myself, but it was enough to spike my heart rate, to sharpen every sense. I looked down. The boot was still there, but something about it felt wrong, as if it didn't belong on my foot. I crouched again, this time more urgently, and pulled at the laces. They came loose easily. I slipped my foot out. Cold hit immediately, sharp and invasive. I stared at the boot in my hand, turning it over, checking for damage. There was none. It was intact, functional, exactly as it should be. I put it back on. The sensation returned the moment my foot slid inside. I don't have a clean explanation for what I did next. I removed the other boot, both of them, off, set on the snow in front of me. For a few seconds, I just stood there in my socks, the cold biting through instantly, pain blooming up through my feet. It was irrational. I knew it was irrational. Every part of my training, my experience, my basic understanding of survival in that environment told me to put them back on immediately. I didn't. Instead, I took a step forward. The contact between my sock and the snow was direct, harsh and oddly clarifying. The mismatch I had felt before, the instability, the pressure was gone. The ground felt exactly as it should. Cold, solid, predictable. Relief, brief and sharp, cut through the fear. I took another step, and then another. The ridge was only a few meters away now. I could reach it quickly, I told myself. Just get over, then deal with the boots. Behind me, somewhere down the slope, a deep, resonant crack rolled through the mountain. I didn't look back. I moved faster, ignoring the pain in my feet, focusing on the line ahead. The snow thinned further, exposing more ice. My footing became precarious, but I kept going. The ridge was within reach. I planted my foot, shifted my weight, and pushed upward. The surface gave way. Not a collapse, not a full break, but a sudden partial failure that sent my center of gravity off balance. My bare foot slid across the ice, searching for friction that wasn't there. I fell. The initial impact was controlled, a sideways drop onto my hip and shoulder. I tried to arrest the slide, digging my hands into the surface, but the slope was steeper than it had appeared from below. I began to move downward, at first, slowly, then with increasing speed. The world narrowed to the immediate. The angle of the slope, the texture of the ice, the position of my limbs. I tried to orient myself to find an edge, a protrusion, anything to stop the descent. My feet, unprotected, struck the surface repeatedly, each contact sending sharp bursts of pain upward. I could feel the skin tearing, but the sensation was distant, secondary to the urgency of stopping. I reached out, fingers scraping against rock, missed. The slope shifted again, dropping into a steeper section. Acceleration. I remember a brief clear thought. This is no longer recoverable. Then the impact and everything stopped at once. Silence returned, heavy and complete. I was lying on my back, staring up at a slice of sky, framed by jagged ice. My breath came in short, controlled bursts. I ran through a rapid internal assessment: airway, breathing, circulation, neurological status. I was conscious. I could move my arms. My legs responded, though with limited strength. Pain registered in multiple areas, but none immediately catastrophic. I reached for my phone. It was still in my jacket pocket. I pulled it out, thumb shaking slightly as I unlocked the screen. The display came to life, bright against the dim surroundings. Signal, none. Battery, sufficient. I opened the emergency dialer. No connection. I tried again, shifting the phone, raising it, lowering it, searching for even a flicker of signal. Nothing. I switched to messaging, typed out a brief description of my situation. my approximate location based on the last known coordinates. The message failed to send. I held the phone in my hand, staring at it, waiting for something to change. It didn't. Time became difficult to track after that. The light shifted slowly, the angle of the sky narrowing as shadows lengthened across the ice. The temperature dropped. I could feel it in my extremities first, then deeper. I tried to move, to reposition myself in a way that would conserve heat, reduce exposure. Each movement cost more than the last. At some point, I became aware of my boots again. Not physically, they were somewhere above out of reach. But as a concept, a decision point I couldn't reconcile. The clarity I had felt when I removed them seemed distant now, almost implausible. I went over the sequence repeatedly, searching for a rationale that fit. There wasn't one. The phone remained in my hand, its screen dimming, then going dark. I woke it again, more out of habit than expectation. Still no signal. I considered recording a message, something that could be found later, but the words didn't form in a way that felt useful. The mountain remained quiet. No voices, no movement, no indication that anyone knew exactly where I was. As the light faded further, the cold intensified, wrapping around me in a way that dulled the sharper edges of pain. Sensation withdrew gradually, starting at the extremities. My last clear observation was of the sky, a narrow band of pale gray shifting toward darker tones, framed by the ice walls that had caught me. Everything else receded. When they found me days later, I was miles from where I had separated from the group, in a section of the mountain known for unstable ice. My gear was with me. The phone still functioned when they powered it on. The messages were there, unsent. The boots were not on my feet. They were recovered higher up the slope, placed side by side on the snow, as if I had set them down deliberately before continuing. There is no record of a successful call, no indication that the phone ever connected after I lost signal. The conditions explain some of that, but not all of it. What remains is the sequence of choices, each one small, each one defensible in isolation, leading to an outcome that doesn't fully account for itself. I can reconstruct the events. I can justify parts of them. I can identify the moment where turning back would have changed everything. I cannot explain why I took off my boots and kept walking into the cold with full awareness of what that meant, or why, even now, that brief sense of clarity still feels more real than the logic that tells me it shouldn't have been. The last thing I remember clearly is the feeling of the snow under my bare feet, precise and certain, as if the mountain itself had simplified something I had made too complex, just before everything slipped away into the quiet. I remember the rain first, not the day my brother went missing. It had been falling since before breakfast, a thin, steady drizzle that turned the campground roads into slick ribbons of mud and pressed the smell of wet pine into everything. Our tent sagged at the seams, water collecting in shallow dips that my father kept pushing out with the flat of his hand. The air felt close, like the trees had leaned in overnight and never leaned back. My brother Eli hated the woods. That's the part no one ever seemed to understand later. When the questions came in, careful tones and notepads filled with small, neat writing, people pictured a boy drawn into the trees, curious or careless. They imagined him wandering, but Eli wouldn't even step past the edge of our campsite without looking back at the tent, at one of us, as if the trees themselves might notice him if he went too far. He stayed on the gravel loop, circling it on his red tricycle, the plastic wheels hissing on wet stone. Back and forth, always within sight. That morning was no different. I watched him from the picnic table while I picked at a piece of toast that had gone damp in my hands. He wore his yellow raincoat, the hood too big, slipping down so he had to jerk his head to clear his vision. Each time he passed me, he glanced up checking, and I raised my hand so he'd know I was still there. Our parents were busy with the small tasks that fill a morning in bad weather. My mother was repacking a cooler that had leaked overnight. My father was wrestling with a stubborn tent pole. The campground caretaker had driven by earlier in a slow, idling cart. tires whispering through puddles, giving us a short wave. Nothing about it felt like the kind of morning that splits your life in two. The last time I saw Eli clearly, he was at the far end of the loop, near the sign that marked the start of a trail we had never taken. The sign was darkened by rain, the letters running slightly, as if the woods were trying to erase their own name. Eli had stopped pedaling. He sat still on the tricycle, 1 foot on the ground, staring toward the trees. That alone was strange enough to make me stand. He didn't like looking at the woods. I remember thinking I should call to him, but I didn't. It felt unnecessary. He was right there, not even 20 yards away, and I could see the bright yellow of his coat against the gray morning. I turned for a second, maybe less, to grab the rest of my toast from the table. When I looked back, the loop was empty. The space where he had been felt wrong, like something had been erased without leaving a mark. The rain continued exactly as before. The trees stood in their same quiet line. The trail sign didn't move. His tricycle was gone. I walked to where he had been, expecting to see him just beyond the curve of the loop, maybe hidden by the bend. I remember the way my shoes slipped slightly in the mud, the way the drizzle collected on my eyelashes. I reached the curve. There was nothing. No yellow coat, no red frame of the tricycle, no sound of plastic wheels on gravel, just the soft, constant fall of rain and the distant murmur of other campers moving through their own mornings. I didn't run right away. That's something I've thought about too many times. I stood there, scanning the loop, then the spaces between the trees, then back again, as if he might simply appear if I looked in the right order. Then I went back to the campsite and told my parents he was gone. The word gone didn't feel real in my mouth. It felt like something too big to fit. Everything after that moved too fast and not fast enough at the same time. My father ran the loop, calling Eli's name once, then again louder, his voice flattening in the damp air. My mother checked the tent, the car, the small gaps between other campsites as if Eli might have tucked himself somewhere dry. I followed them, then stopped, then followed again, unable to decide where I was supposed to be. The caretaker came back when he heard the shouting. He radioed someone, within what felt like minutes but must have been longer. Other voices joined ours. People fanned out. They checked the bathrooms, the empty campsites, the edges of the road. Someone asked me where I had last seen him, and I pointed to the trail sign. I said he wouldn't go into the woods. I said it more than once. He wouldn't go into the woods by late morning. The rain had thickened. It wasn't heavy, but it was relentless, soaking through jackets and turning the ground soft underfoot. The campground filled with movement. People in bright ponchos, volunteers who had come from nearby towns, rangers coordinating with maps spread across the hood of a truck. They organized search lines. They moved into the forest anyway. I stood with my mother under the awning of the caretaker's small office as groups disappeared between the trees, their colors fading into green and gray. Every time someone returned, I searched their faces for something, anything that would tell me they had found him. They never had. Around midday, someone found the tricycle, not in the woods, not near the trail. They found it at the dump site. I didn't even know the campground had a dump site. It was a clearing used for trash collection, a place campers weren't supposed to go, nearly a mile from our loop by the service road that curved away from the main area. The caretaker drove us there. I remember the ride more clearly than I remember getting into the cart. The engine's low hum, the way the rain hit my face sideways as we moved, the trees lining the narrow road, close and watching. The clearing opened suddenly, a raw patch of ground with a large metal container and a few scattered bins. The mud there was darker, churned by tires. Eli's tricycle was lying on its side near the edge of the clearing. It wasn't broken. That detail lodged itself in everyone's mind at once. The front wheel wasn't bent. The handlebars weren't twisted. Even the small plastic basket on the front was intact, holding a few wet leaves that must have fallen in after it was left there. It looked placed, not dropped. My father walked to it slowly, as if approaching something that might move. He picked it up and turned it over, checking it for damage that wasn't there. He spun one of the wheels. It rotated smoothly, the faint clicking sound steady and unchanged. There were no marks leading to it, no tracks that made sense. The rain had blurred everything, but even then, the ground didn't show a clear path from the road to where the tricycle lay. No drag lines, no deep impressions, just a general disturbance of mud that could have been anything. The people in charge spoke in low, controlled voices. They expanded the search area immediately, shifting focus to the service road, the dump site, the surrounding forest. Dogs were brought in. I remember the dogs because they seemed so certain at first. Their handlers guided them to the tricycle, let them sniff, then set them loose along the edges of the clearing. The dogs circled. They pulled in short, confused movements, then stopped. They tried again, noses low, tails stiff. They couldn't find a trail. That was the first time I felt something cold settle in my chest, something that didn't match the situation as it had been explained to me. Missing child, lost, found object, continue searching. It didn't fit. Either I wouldn't ride to the dump site, he wouldn't leave the loop, he wouldn't go near the trees, let alone down a road that cut through them. And if someone had taken him, if he had been carried or led or anything else, there should have been something left behind. There was nothing. The search grew. By the afternoon, there were more people than I could count. Lines of volunteers stretched into the forest in multiple directions. They called his name at intervals, the sound overlapping, echoing strangely in the damp air. I walked part of the edge of the woods with my father, before someone told us to stay back. The ground there was soft, layered with wet needles and leaves. It held impressions easily, but there were no small footprints leading away, no pattern that suggested a child had passed through. Just the marks of the searchers themselves, crisscrossing and overlapping, erasing whatever might have been there before. At one point, I stood near the trail sign again. The rain had eased slightly, thinning into a mist that clung to the trunks of the trees. The sign looked darker now, the letters almost fully run together. I stepped closer than I had that morning. The forest beyond it seemed deeper than it should have been. The spacing of the trees uneven, shadows collecting in places that didn't match the light. I tried to imagine Eli there. I couldn't. He would have cried. He would have called for us. He would have turned back before taking more than a few steps. The absence of that of any sound, any sign, felt louder than the search itself. By late afternoon, the voices had grown hoarse. The lines moved slower. The rain returned to its steady pattern, filling in the small disturbances in the ground, smoothing everything into a uniform gray. They didn't stop searching that day. They didn't stop the next day either, or the day after. Thousands of people came through over time, organized teams, volunteers who took time off work, people who didn't know us at all but felt pulled to help. They searched the woods in widening circles. They checked waterways, culverts, abandoned structures. They brought in more dogs. They brought in equipment I didn't understand. Nothing changed. No trace. No piece of clothing. No sound. Only the tricycle cleaned and returned to us, sitting unused in the back of our garage for years afterward. People tried to explain it. And they talked about the rain washing away evidence. They talked about the possibility of someone driving through the service road at the right moment. They talked about how quickly a situation can escalate when a child is involved. All of those things made sense on their own. None of them made sense together. Because of the distance, because of the condition of the tricycle, because of the absence of anything that connected one place to the other, and because of who Eli was, he was afraid of the woods. That never changed. Even in the way people told the story later, they would pause, reconsider, and then say it anyway, as if the detail refused to be smoothed out. Afraid of the woods. I still think about the moment I saw him at the trail sign, the way he had stopped, the way he had been looking. There's a part of my memory that feels unstable there, like a reflection disturbed by water. I remember the yellow of his coat, the angle of the tricycle, the dark line of the trees, and I remember, or think I remember, that he wasn't looking into the forest. He was looking slightly to the side of it, as if something had come out. There was no sound, no movement that I could point to, just that brief, still moment before I looked away. The campground is still there. I went back once, years later on a day without rain. The loop looked smaller than I remembered. The trail sign had been replaced. The letters clean and sharp. The dump site was still down the service road. Unchanged except for a newer container. I stood where the tricycle had been found and tried to map the distance in my head to connect the 2 points with something real. There was nothing to connect. The space between them felt empty in a way that didn't belong to distance. On my way out, I stopped at the edge of the loop again, near where I had last seen him. The trees were quiet, ordinary, spaced the way trees are supposed to be. I waited there longer than I meant to, watching, listening. The campground moved around me, cars passing, people talking, the small sounds of a normal place. The woods didn't answer. They didn't need to, because whatever had happened that morning had left no path in or out, no mark to follow, no direction to search, just a space where my brother had been, and a tricycle left too far away to explain. The afternoon felt too still for a place that close to houses. From where I stood, I could see the edge of the lake through the trees, a dull sheet of gray reflecting a sky that hadn't decided what it wanted to do. The wind had died sometime before noon, and with it went the small, constant noises that usually settle my nerves in the woods. No insects, no distant traffic, no water lapping at the shore. Just a flat quiet that pressed in on my ears. We had positioned ourselves in a loose arc along the ridge, close enough to keep each other in sight lines if we leaned just right, and easily within radio range. It wasn't a deep wilderness hunt. This was a familiar patch of land bordered by a residential stretch on one side and the lake on the other. We had hunted here for years without incident. My Uncle Thomas insisted on taking the leftmost position near a cluster of birch trees that sloped down toward the water. He was the oldest among us, a veteran who carried himself with the slow certainty of someone who had spent a lifetime paying attention. His body didn't move the way it used to. His knees were bad, and his left hand had a permanent stiffness from an injury he never fully explained. But his mind was sharp, and his sense for terrain and movement had always been better than any of ours. We set him up where he wouldn't have to move much. A clear line of sight, a stable patch of ground. He had his radio clipped high on his vest, volume turned up. We checked it twice. He gave a short nod, the kind that meant he didn't want fussing. I remember noticing how the forest seemed to swallow sound when we spread out. Even our footsteps faded quicker than they should have. I tested my radio once more after taking my position, just to hear something break the silence. The response came back clean from two others. From Thomas, a short click and a low confirmation. Then it went quiet again. Time moved strangely after that. The sun stayed high, but it didn't feel like it shifted. I kept scanning the tree line, the ground cover, the narrow breaks between trunks where movement usually reveals itself. Nothing did. Not a deer, not a bird, not even the flicker of something small. At one point, I turned my head toward where Thomas should have been. I couldn't see him directly from where I stood, but I could see the top of the birch cluster and the slight dip in the land where he was positioned. It was close. Close enough that if he called out, even without the radio, I would hear him. I remember thinking that the silence was the strangest part. Not threatening, not even unsettling in a clear way, just wrong. The first indication that something had shifted came over the radio, but it wasn't from him. It was my cousin, further down the line, asking if anyone had seen movement near the water. His voice sounded too loud against the stillness. I replied that I hadn't. There was a pause. Then another voice checking in from the opposite side. Still nothing. We waited. A few minutes passed, maybe more. It's hard to measure time when nothing changes. I decided to check on Thomas. It wasn't unusual. We rotated positions sometimes, made sure everyone was comfortable, especially him. I stepped carefully down the slope, keeping my eyes forward, scanning as I moved. The ground felt soft underfoot, damp in patches but not muddy. There were no fresh tracks, no disturbed leaves that didn't belong. Just the same quiet, the same still air. As I got closer to the birch cluster, I slowed. His position should have been just ahead, slightly to the right of a fallen log that had been there for as long as I could remember. I saw the log. I saw the small clearing beside it. I did not see him. At first, it didn't register as anything more than a shift in perspective. I took another step, then another, expecting him to come into view from a different angle. He didn't. His spot was empty. I stopped moving. The absence felt immediate and complete, like something that had always been there had simply never existed. "Thomas," I called out, keeping my voice steady. The sound carried a short distance and then seemed to flatten out, absorbed by the trees. No answer. I reached for my radio and called his name again, this time through the channel. The static that followed was thin and brief, then nothing. I tried again. Still nothing. I stepped into the clearing, my eyes moving quickly over the ground, the base of the trees, the small details that would tell me if he had stood up, moved, fallen, or left in any ordinary way. There was no sign of movement, no scuffed earth, no broken branches, no imprint where his boots had shifted direction. His gear was gone too. Not just him. Everything he had with him. I felt a tightening in my chest that didn't match the situation yet. My mind was still trying to fit what I was seeing into something reasonable. Maybe he had moved quietly. Maybe he had seen something and followed it. Maybe he had gone down toward the lake. I keyed the radio again, calling out to the others, telling them his position was empty. The response came back quickly this time. Questions, short and controlled. When was the last time I saw him? Had I heard anything? Was there any sign of a fall? I answered as clearly as I could. No one had heard anything. No one had seen him move. We regrouped within minutes, converging on the clearing from different angles. The forest seemed even quieter with all of us there, like it was holding something back. We spread out again, this time searching. Careful, methodical sweeps outward from the point where he had been. I checked the slope toward the lake first. The ground there was uneven, with patches of loose soil and exposed roots. If he had slipped or fallen, there would be signs. There were none. The surface was undisturbed, the leaves lying flat, the small stones in place. We checked the opposite direction toward the residential edge. That path was clearer, more worn. If he had walked that way, we would have seen it immediately. Nothing. The radio stayed active, voices low but constant now. We called his name at intervals, spacing it out so we could listen between calls. There was never an answer. After the first hour, the situation shifted from confusion to something heavier. We contacted the rangers, gave them our location, explained the circumstances as plainly as we could. An elderly man, limited mobility, last seen moments ago within close proximity, now completely gone without a trace. They arrived faster than I expected. 2 trucks first, then more as the afternoon wore on. The forest filled with movement that felt out of place against the stillness that had been there before. They asked the same questions we had already asked each other. We walked them through the sequence, showed them the exact spot where he had been. They examined the ground, the surrounding area, the slope, the trees. They marked points, took notes, spoke in quiet, measured tones. One of them stood where Thomas had been positioned and looked outward, tracing the lines of sight. "You were how far?" he asked me. I pointed to my position, close enough to hear him if he called out. He nodded slowly. We expanded the search radius. More people arrived. Volunteers. Later agents who introduced themselves with clipped professionalism that didn't invite questions. The lake was checked. The shoreline combed. Boats moved across the surface in slow, deliberate patterns. Nothing was found. The residential edge was canvassed. No one had seen an elderly man emerge from the woods. No one had heard anything unusual. The forest itself gave nothing back. No tracks leaving the clearing. No signs of struggle. No dropped equipment. No broken vegetation. Zwingli, it was as if he had been there one moment, and then simply was not. As evening approached, the light began to change. filtering through the trees in a way that made depth harder to judge. Shadows lengthened, but the silence remained the same. I stayed near the original spot longer than I should have, watching as others moved in, widening circles. The ground looked exactly as it had when I first stepped into the clearing. Untouched, I tried to reconstruct it in my head, his posture, the angle he would have been facing, the direction of his attention. There was no point at which a movement could have happened without being noticed. Not by me, not by anyone else in that line. And yet it had. The search continued into the night, then into the following days. More resources, more personnel, more methods layered on top of each other in an attempt to force an answer out of a place that refused to give one. Nothing changed. No trace of him was ever found. No piece of equipment surfaced. No signal was picked up from his radio. The official reports used careful language. Terms like unexplained disappearance, and no evidence of egress appeared in summaries that tried to frame the situation, without overstepping what could be proven. I returned to that clearing once more before we left the area for good. The forest had regained some of its normal sounds by then. A faint breeze moved through the leaves. The lake made a soft, distant noise against its shore. It felt like a different place. I stood where he had been, looking out across the same line of trees he would have been watching. I listened, trying to imagine what he might have heard in those final moments. There was nothing to hold on to, no detail that stood out, no anomaly I could point to and say that was the moment something changed. Just the knowledge that in a space where every movement should have been visible, every sound should have carried, he had vanished completely. I still think about the silence most of all. Not the kind that comes with peace or isolation, but the kind that feels like it's covering something, pressing down until there's no room left for anything to break through. I remember how close we all were, how easily a single word would have reached us, and how none ever did. I knew that canyon the way some men know the inside of their own houses, by memory more than sight, by the feel of turns and rises underfoot. I had walked it in heat that baked the rock pale, and an early frost that turned every breath into smoke. That morning, the air was dry and cold enough to sting my teeth, and I remember thinking it was a good day for moving game, because the wind held steady along the ridge. My boys were behind me on the slope above the base camp, close enough that I could see their outlines when they shifted. They weren't children anymore, but I still thought of them that way when we hunted together. I had them hold their positions while I dropped lower to push through the brush and drive anything bedded down toward them. It was a simple plan, the kind we'd used before, without trouble. I checked my watch, noted the angle of the sun against the canyon wall, and started down. The ground changed as I descended. The loose shale gave way to packed dirt and roots that crossed the path like old scars. I moved slowly, not because I needed to, but because I preferred to keep the noise low. Years in the service had made that automatic. Even out here, where there was no one to hear me but animals, I placed my feet with care. About halfway down, I paused and looked back. I couldn't see my sons anymore, but I knew where they were. I raised a hand out of habit, though there was no one to see it, and then turned into the thicker brush where the canyon narrowed. That was the last place anyone could say for certain. I was still on the plan. I remember the smell of the juniper, sharp and clean, and the way the light filtered through the branches in narrow bands. I remember a bird calling somewhere ahead, not alarmed, just present. I moved toward that sound because it meant the area wasn't already disturbed. There was nothing unusual about any of it. I pushed through a stand of low brush and stepped into a small clearing I had passed through dozens of times before. It wasn't much, just a break in the trees where the ground leveled out, and the soil held less rock. I stopped there to listen. The canyon has its own kind of quiet. It isn't silence, it's a layering of small sounds. Wind moving through needles, the distant shift of loose stone, the occasional call of something you never see. That morning those sounds felt off, though I couldn't have said why at the time. I stood still longer than I needed to. Then I heard movement to my left, something heavier than a bird. I turned toward it, expecting to see a deer breaking cover, and took a step in that direction. The ground under that step felt wrong. Not soft, not unstable, just unfamiliar in a way that didn't match the place I knew. I shifted my weight back instinctively, but I had already committed. My boot slid half an inch, maybe less, and the balance went with it. I caught myself on a branch before I went down fully. It snapped in my hand. I didn't fall far. It wasn't a drop that should have mattered. I remember hitting the ground on my side, the air leaving my chest in a hard rush, and the taste of dirt. For a moment, I lay there, waiting for the pain to settle into something I could measure. When I tried to sit up, my vision tightened at the edges. I stayed down longer than I would have liked. The training kicked in again. Don't rush, assess, move when you're steady. I checked my limbs. Nothing felt broken. My ribs hurt when I breathed, but not sharply enough to suggest anything more than a hard impact. I rolled onto my back and looked up through the branches. The light had shifted. That was the first thing that didn't make sense. It hadn't been long enough for the sun to move that far. Not from the position I remembered. The angle was different, lower, and the shadows cut across the clearing in a way I didn't recognize. I told myself I had misjudged the time, that I had taken longer coming down than I thought. That was the kind of explanation I trusted. I pushed myself up to sitting, then to my feet. The clearing looked the same as it always had, but something about the spacing of the trees felt off. Not changed, just wrong in a way I couldn't put into words. I turned in a slow circle, trying to reorient myself. I should have been able to see the slope leading back up to my sons. I couldn't. I moved toward where it should have been. The ground sloped, but not in the direction I expected. The brush thickened, forcing me to angle around it. I kept going, adjusting my path, telling myself I'd correct in a few yards. I didn't. Instead, I found myself back at the same clearing. I recognized a split trunk near the edge, a mark I had noticed on previous trips. I walked to it, ran my hand over the rough bark, and felt a line where something had scraped it long ago. I turned again, more carefully this time, and chose a different direction. I ended up at the same place. That was when the first real sense of unease set in. Not panic, just a tightening in the chest that didn't come from the fall. I checked my watch again. The time had moved forward, but not by much. It didn't match how long it felt like I had been walking. I forced myself to slow down. I picked a point on the canyon wall I could see through a break in the trees and moved toward it, keeping it in sight as much as possible. When the brush blocked my view, I marked the direction in my head and pushed through. The terrain resisted in small ways. Branches caught at my jacket. The ground dipped and rose in patterns that didn't align with my memory of the place. I adjusted, corrected, kept moving. After a while, I broke through into open space. The clearing, the same one. I knew it immediately. I stood there, breathing harder than I should have been, and tried to reason it out. There had to be an explanation. I had misjudged the terrain. I had looped without realizing it. That happened even to experienced people, especially in dense areas. I told myself that and believed it enough to try again. The next time I used the sun, I fixed its position relative to my path and kept it there as I moved. When it shifted, I adjusted. I marked trees as I passed them, small scratches with my knife at shoulder height. I walked longer that time, long enough that my legs began to feel it, long enough that the light deepened into afternoon. When I came back into the clearing, I saw the marks on the trees. They were older, not fresh, not the pale cut of new wood, but darkened as if they had been there for days. I went to one and touched it. The edge was rough, not sharp. I checked my knife. It was still clean from the last cut. I stood there with that in my hand and felt something settle in me that I couldn't shake. I called out then, louder than I had planned, my voice carrying into the trees. There was no answer. The canyon took the sound and broke it apart. I called again and again, until my throat tightened. Nothing came back but the same layered quiet. I went back to the clearing center and sat down. I don't know how long I stayed there. Long enough for the light to start fading, for the temperature to drop. I knew I needed to move to find a way out before dark, but every direction I chose seemed to fold back into the same place. Eventually, I made a decision. I would stay put. It wasn't ideal, but it was sound. My sons would notice I hadn't returned. They would go back to camp, wait, and then start looking. If I stayed in a known location, I would be easier to find. I gathered what I could from the immediate area. Deadfall for a small fire, a spot sheltered from the wind. I set my pack down beside me, checked my supplies, and prepared to wait. Night in the canyon is a different thing entirely. The sounds change. The small movements you ignore during the day become louder, closer. The darkness fills the spaces between the trees until there's no distinction between near and far. I kept the fire small. I listened. At some point, I heard something moving at the edge of the clearing. Not an animal passing through, but something that paused, shifted, then moved again. I turned toward it, trying to catch a shape in the dark. I didn't see anything. The sound stopped when I focused on it. It started again when I looked away. I stayed like that for a long time, tracking it without ever confirming it. Sometime in the night, I must have slept, not deeply, not for long, but enough that the fire burned down and the cold woke me. Morning came slowly. The clearing looked the same. I stood, stretched out the stiffness in my body, and tried again. The pattern repeated. Every direction led back. Every attempt to mark my path failed in some small, unexplainable way. Cuts didn't look fresh. Landmarks didn't line up. Time stretched and compressed without matching the movement of the sun. I rationed my supplies. I conserved my energy. I stayed as methodical as I could. Days passed. I know they did because I tracked them against what I had left. Food, water, the wear on my boots, the growth of my beard. But even that felt uncertain, like measuring something with a tool that had been bent. At some point, I stopped trying to leave the clearing. I focused on staying alive. I expanded the area I used, gathered more wood, found a small seep of water not far from the edge where the ground stayed damp. I set markers around it, small stacks of stone. They shifted. Not dramatically, not enough to say they had been moved, but enough that I couldn't be sure they were exactly where I had placed them. I stopped relying on them. The sounds at the edge of the clearing continued, always just out of sight, always present when I wasn't looking directly at them. I never saw what made them. I spoke less as time went on, not because I had nothing to say, but because there was no point in saying it out loud. The canyon didn't answer. The last clear memory I have is of a bird. It landed on a branch near the center of the clearing, close enough that I could see the detail of its feathers. It called once, sharp and insistent, and then again. I watched it. It tilted its head as if listening for something. Then it flew off, straight through the trees in a direction I hadn't tried in a while. I followed it, not quickly, not with urgency, just steadily, keeping the line it had taken as best I could. The brush parted more easily there. The ground felt more familiar underfoot. The angle of the light made sense again. For the first time in what felt like longer than I could measure, I thought I might be out. I walked until my legs began to shake. I didn't see the clearing behind me. I didn't see anything I recognized ahead. I kept going anyway. At some point, I sat down to rest. I leaned back against a rock, closed my eyes for a moment, and let the weight of it all settle. I remember thinking that I would get up in a minute, that I would keep moving, that I knew this place, and it would make sense again if I just gave it time. When they found me, it was near the base camp, close enough that my sons had passed within sight of that spot during the search. Close enough that the ground had been walked over more than once by men who knew what they were doing. My pack was beside me. My gear was intact. Nothing had been taken, nothing disturbed. They said it looked like I had just sat down and not gotten back up. The man who found me followed the sound of a bird calling through the trees. The same kind of sharp, insistent call I remembered. He told them it led him straight to where I was, as if it had been waiting there. They couldn't explain how I had ended up in a place they had already searched. They couldn't explain how long I had been there. They couldn't explain why there were no signs of me in the days when they had been looking the hardest. I can still see that clearing when I close my eyes. The way the light cut through it at an angle that didn't match the time. The way every path led back no matter how carefully I chose it. And sometimes when the air is quiet enough, I hear that bird again, calling from just beyond where I can see,